Gentlemen, Joe Perry breaks off in the opening frame of this very, very attractive second round match. Up against the defending champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan, who showed some terrific form in his first round.
Switch it off, please.
Played very well against Robin Hull, did Ronnie. It looked a comfortable win in the end, but he had a tough opponent and he won quite comfortably. Joe needs to get off to a good start. Didn't risk trying to cut that in because he would have been going right into the bunch of reds. So let's see what sort of cue action we get from Ronnie at the start of this match. A couple of long reds. There's one in either corner pocket. Always an early test of a player's cue action. That's the tournament pot success rate, 94%. Joe Perry, not bad at 89.
Well, he played this red because he didn't have to do a lot with the cue ball. Just stop the white there, and he'd have been on the pink. He'll be disappointed to have missed that. But he is only human, after all. Look at that. Tournament balls potted. 268 apiece.
I don't think he's got an angle to pot this and cannon the red to the right of the black. He might have. That would be useful. Yeah, he hadn't quite got the angle. But he's on a ball colour. He can soon get back up to those reds next to the black. Yeah, it was just a natural there not to get the cannon, wasn't it, John?
Yeah, and I think the red he'd like to get on is the one just to the right of the black. If you can get there off the green. That's the one he's thinking of playing for. And he's played it pretty well. He's on it.
Okay, he's lost 10 times to Ronnie O'Sullivan, but he has beaten him on 2 occasions. And listening to Joe's interview earlier on, he felt, well, you've got to feel you're in with a chance. But I think he said he's got to play at the top of his form. And even then, if Ronnie's on his game, it's still going to be tough. But Joe will want to produce his best snooker here.
13. $20. $21.
Nice angle here to go into the reds. No reason why he shouldn't refuse playing the cannon. Well, it couldn't have finished up worse.
28.
I think he thought the worst way he'd have a red to the right centre, but he's on nothing. Maybe a little bit more pace in the pot, but nevertheless unlucky.
Yeah, that red was there for him into the centre, and then all of a sudden, as we showed you there, the red just went over and nestled onto the one that he would have had.
Joe Perry, 28.
Well, there's a possible path back down the table. The two reds that are together, he can hit the left one and he can miss the black. He's pretty good at this type of shot, judging the angle. He spotted that straight away and he's played it very well indeed.
Yeah, superb shot, and of course that's the other thing you get with Ronnie. You can play a good safety, but you've got to play more than one normally to force an error. There's the safety success. Should be round about the 90%, but of course when you're playing good long potters, then that affects the success rate. Joe playing the same shot, but there's a red going towards the left corner. Now, can Ronnie find a path to it? Will the green come to the rescue for Joe? Well, not quite. I think this can be potted side cushion first.
Yeah, he's coming around to look at that, John, and if he does hit cushion first, he'll head over towards that gap between the black and reds. So every chance he could finish on a colour. If not the black, he might finish on blue or pink here. Oh, he didn't judge it correctly. They're tricky little ones when they're not right over the pocket. So the second bite of the cherry for Joe Perry.
You're a poet, and I didn't know it.
One.
Didn't hit that one. He just quit a little bit. Decelerated is what we call it, where you don't push the cue right through and you don't create the backspin. He's still on the red, but he's having to run away up the table. Good recovery.
9.
Using the other reds as a stopper there. Okay, he's the wrong side of the blue, but one good shot here and Joe could take this opening frame.
Just about okay. He's got a red to the left middle. Choice of reds. Two of the reds go.
$15.
He'll be disappointed now, Joe, if he doesn't win the frame at this visit. The reds are beautifully placed. It'd have to be something very careless to stop him.
$27, touching ball.
Well, it's touching the red, but he's playing away from it as long as he doesn't move that red next to the cue ball.
Mm. 28.
Well, I was going to say he didn't want to be using the rest, but he's potted the red, but he's not in perfect position now. Ooh, well, it looked wide, didn't it? just scrambled in.
Yeah, I think any more pace in this black, well, it didn't look in there, did
35.
it? I mean, these pockets seem a little bit generous because we've seen them in the past where there's no way that would have dropped in. Oh, the cannon spoiled things.
36.
And he's, what, 64 in front? There's still a possible 67 there. The pink goes up into the corner pocket, but it would be a brave man to take the pink on and play for a red. But it looks as if he's going to take the pot on, but he's running away up the table by the looks of it.
That was frame
Joe Perry,
ball.
36.
So will he get a better chance than that? I know he's only one ball away from winning this frame, but he should have clinched it at that visit.
Well, you would say that Joe was a strong favourite for this opening frame, but he's up against a genius in Ronnie O'Sullivan, so this could be good if he misses the yellow. He hasn't. It's a very, very difficult red that Ronnie's faced with, but you know any sort of chance he'll take it on. Not quite. Joe will be delighted to see that red running onto the side cushion. That's a bit of insurance for him. This red will go up past the blue into the corner pocket, but it's not a good angle. The white will be going towards the left middle pocket. But he's just looking for that one red. Doesn't need a colour. Not a bad idea to send a couple of reds up the other end of the table. He knows Ronnie needs high valued colours with these reds. Long way off that, JV. He hasn't got his cue on going just yet.
One.
Yes, he's had a couple of half chances. Nothing that easy. You couldn't say he's missed any easy balls. And resigned to the fact now he's going to lose this opening frame. But 3 sessions, best of 25, first to 13. Long way to go.
9.
Yeah, these long matches, you play them in little mini sessions, the 4 frames before the mid-session
14.
interval. Your target is 3-1. That's what you're looking for. Anything else would be a bonus.
50.
Very fluent player, Joe Perry. He sort of
70.
just glides around the table.
18.
I'm not sure if he's got the angle to move this red. It doesn't really matter. Well, he did have the angle to, well, flick it.
$25.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It looks as if Joe Perry is going to enjoy this match. And that's the attitude you've got to have, even playing against the
33.
defending champion. You've got to go out there and enjoy yourself.
35.
Yeah, well, if you can't get yourself up for playing Ronnie O'Sullivan at the Crucible Theatre, then maybe you should do something else. So Joe will have looked forward to this match.
38.
And a perfect start. Ronnie has not scored a point.
42.
He won't bother about missing the blue. He had an earlier break of 36, and then he followed it with that break of 42. And as you said, John, Ronnie didn't score a point in that opening frame. Joe Perry leads 1-0.
So Ronnie O'Sullivan gets frame 2 underway. Still to trouble the scorer.
Almost got the snooker, but there is an escape route down the right side of the table. Just got to avoid the two reds that are over that side. Well, he didn't. That is a careless one from Joe. If he's covered the one with the blue, he's very fortunate, but there's one into the right corner. And there's a possibility here of cannoning a red just above the black. And he could leave himself on the black. If he's got a natural angle to go around the back of them, he would do that. Be interesting to see. He may be able to get around the back of the black and reds, but not guaranteed.
Yeah, well, I think if it was straightforward, he'd have played it by now. I think the other problem, he can't go up for the blue because the blue doesn't go to the left middle. So that was the problem. In the end, he's just decided to pot the red, make certain of the pot, and trust a little bit to luck. So it was his first pot, first chance, but not a good one. It was just in an awkward position, so looking for a good safety now.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
Making certain he got that cue ball as tight to the baulk cushion as possible. It's just drifted off a little bit, but if Joe Perry could get his hand on the table, of course, he'd play this red to the right corner. But being so close to cushion, it'd be a risky pot to take on. You wouldn't really know where the cue ball was going, but maybe he feels there's no alternative. Now just played the containing safety, and he's got it safe. That was the prime objective.
Got to be careful with the middle pocket here when playing this safety. Well judged. Keep talking about Ronnie's break building prowess, but he's without doubt one of the best safety players we've ever had in the game, if it's needed.
Foul. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Well, I suppose better in the pocket than rattling the jaws and staying at this end of the table.
It's one of those situations. It's not that easy to get back down the table. He could always put Joe back in again, but he's found a route. Well played.
Yeah, sometimes no matter how good a player you are, and we know what a great player Ronnie O'Sullivan is, you just got to be a little bit patient, and that's what experience has done for him over the years. It's not a case of just getting down and rolling people over, and believe me, Joe Perry is a very good player. Great potter. But at the moment, all he's trying to do is just keep Ronnie at bay in the safety exchanges, and he's not played too many good safeties, but he keeps getting it reasonably safe. Although this red just to the left of the pink will pot, and he's playing it left-handed, and it's a tough shot. Just having a look to see if he rolls it in, whether he could be on the black for the opposite corner. If you play it playing ball with not too much pace, it'll certainly make this pot easier.
Yes, okay.
Well, that was wonderful, and of course that's why we rave about Ronnie. To play that left-handed and control it and pot it as clean as he did. Exceptional ability.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
Tell you what, okay, he hasn't stuck a red up, but that's a bit worrying. After the red, he knocked in with his left hand to miss a sitter of a black with the right hand. I mean, he has been so relaxed and calm about his game, and has been for a couple of seasons since he's been working with Dr. Steve Peters. I think mentally he's got Ronnie in an excellent place. But if he misses a few more of those, be interesting to see what happens. But it wasn't a sitter, that. But that will make Ronnie quickly forget about the black he missed. I'm watching Joe just miss that tricky red along the cushion.
I don't know whether he's considering playing one red onto another here. That looks to be the thing, but can he get position on the colour? He's just about on the black. I don't think he'll be missing this one. Just a little bit careless on the last black. Took it for granted.
Yeah, he did well here because he hit the pink and then he flicked the red, so
9.
just a little bit of good fortune to drop on that black. Could have done with coming out into the table just a little bit further there. Just a red at the back of the bunch that's available. That's all he could do there, just drop that black in.
16.
If the one goes to the middle, that's even better. He can go up for a balk colour and then back up again.
17.
Needs to kiss the pink or something just to slow the cue ball down.
21.
Just a little bit pacey. Understandable, because he never really got his hand on the table in the first frame. Or could cut back this. But played it nicely. Now needs to miss the brown. He's okay, just rubbed
22.
by it. Choice of yellow or green.
Well, we know that that red at the back of the bunch is available. And he's played that in such a way that if he comes further up the table, he's on the
24.
one at the back of the bunch. If he comes up short, he's on the one to the middle.
$25.
Quick look to make certain he's not overdone it. And now he can get through to the black.
Yeah, that red is available, the one we mentioned, and he's finished on it in such a way, if this works
32.
out and he pushes right through the reds, he'll bring most of them into play. Oh, he's hit it too hard.
33.
Always difficult to judge that type of shot. You never know how it's going to spin out of the reds, and just got a bit too much top spin.
Yeah, but as you know, Dennis, if you don't hit it hard enough, you can stick in the middle of them. I think if the blue had have been a spot, he may have played the screw back. Just playing safe now.
Ron Sullivan, 33.
That was a bit more like it, though. Well, another safety shot from Joe that was far too thick.
Might have a shot to nothing here. He can take this on and come around the back of the black, pink and reds.
Yeah, that particular pot that Ronnie took on there, if you're going to miss it, you err on the side of it and it's too thin to get the cue ball back to the ball cushion, which is what he did. Once again, not a good safety from Joe. He's got to sharpen that up. I know it's early days in this match, but he has to compete with Ronnie in all aspects of the game. And safety will be one, a big factor.
One.
He's got a wide margin for error here. There's 3 reds he can drop on.
Four.
Pink's not in an ideal position. So it's yellow or black, depending on how he feels here.
Five.
It'll be yellow first. But once again, he played that in such a way, if the white runs another 6 inches, he's got the black. But he always had this yellow as an option. Oh. Just the pace, I thought. Initially there it was going on the left jaw.
7.
Yeah, just looking again, he got a slightly heavy contact there.
8.
I think putting a little bit of side on just straightened the yellow up. But anyway, it dropped. This green took a 50 points in front with 59 remaining. So red and colour needed
11.
to clinch the second frame.
I'll tell you what's impressive, John. The fact that he missed that sitter of a black and no reaction, back to his seat, just as if, you know, he hadn't missed anything easy, and that's what you've got to do. And that is standing him in good stead. Not that he's making many errors, but he's not letting it get to him the way he used to do a few seasons ago.
Well, absolutely.
90.
And obviously that's the work he's been doing
20.
with the psychologist. But in a way, missing that black just probably sharpened him up a bit. I mean, he knows better than to take any pot for granted. And as I said at the
28.
time, when he missed the black, that's what he did. So a complete reversal in a way.
35.
Ronnie didn't pot a ball in the first frame. Doesn't look like Joe Perry's going to pot one in this.
36.
Yeah, Joe had to jump on that error, but he missed the red along the cushion with the rest after Ronnie had missed the easy black. And he didn't punish Ronnie for that mistake.
38. 40. 43. 47.
Ah, good shot with the rest.
52.
He's amazingly good with the rest, considering he doesn't have to use it that often. I think goes a pink and he says yes to referee Aaron Williams. He wasn't bothered about the black. That was more like the Ronnie O'Sullivan. Everybody's come.
Not a bad break-off shot from Joe. Ronnie can see the one on the left side of the table, but he's looked to see if he would leave that red next to the black if he was to play the safety shot here, and maybe he would, so he's coming down the other side, but he's so good at judging this type of shot.
Well, that's something you don't see very often from Ronnie. Playing a safety shot and catching a baulk colour. But looking at Joe, he doesn't see anything that he fancies. And looking at the table, tough safety shot to play. He'll be trying to get back to baulk, but if he does, he's got to hit this very well. Hawkeye will give us his view. Obviously the pot to the right corner. Can't get in between the pink and blue to play safe off the red near the top cushion, so what's he playing? He's played a very good shot, and the more it rolls to the baulk cushion, the better it's going to be. Excellent tap on the table from Ronnie in appreciation. Good shot, Joe Perry. That's better safety.
And once again, he's got to find that gap around that red. He doesn't like it as much this time. And he's got to get it close to the cushion, otherwise he'll leave that red on to the right corner. Pretty good. Yellow's in a good position to try and get a snooker in behind. Maybe he'd need a very thin one if he was going to get back up towards the yellow here. It's not a bad effort, but just catching the yellow.
Ronnie was up quick there, which made me think he just caught the safety shot a little bit too thick. But he just missed the brown. It's okay.
Yeah, he's covered that again, as you can see. Well, it looks as if he's covered it. Maybe he can just see enough to pot this and run right through and back up towards the blue. That's pretty good in the end. He always knew the only red he could leave was the one he had a go at there. Now can Joe get in behind the yellow? Well, he's played down behind the green. He's maybe frightened of leaving a red to the left corner pocket. You can see enough of this. That's the one he was worried about leaving. Thought that was in.
Yeah, I think Ronnie did as well. So close. At this level, why was it happened? He just ran off the blue, but if you catch your ball colour too often, invariably you'll leave a pot on.
Might get close to potting this one, John. It would go. He played it as a shot to nothing.
It's all getting a bit messy now in the balk end. And with the pink and black tied up, this is turning into be a bit of a scrappy frame. Well, the black's in the open now. Leaves the yellow to help him here, Joe. And I don't think it has quite. When I say that, he was hoping that the yellow could hamper the cueing for Ronnie when he plays this pot to the left corner. But Ronnie can just cue past the yellow. But his long game, just not on it yet. And lucky to cover the red. Well, Joe could just get past the green and hit the red from behind.
Oh yeah, come round and have a look, Ronnie. I'm just wondering if he knocked when the red come up, might have pushed a plant on, but obviously not. This has got a chance. This has got a chance of getting in behind the yellow and brown. Brilliant shot. Is that going to reach?
So here's a chance for Joe. Normally very strong in the potting department. And good putt it was. Couple of kisses off reds.
One.
But he's on the brown, I feel.
Bravo. Five.
Might have to play for the yellow here. Let's have a look.
6.
Yeah, he's okay. It was always going to be a good angle as long as he passed the green on the yellow to get back up to the reds. That's one option, to leave the red. It's near the right corner pocket. There's one in the middle of the bunch. That'll go also. He's played for the one that's in the middle of the bunch. And does the pink go?
8.
If it goes to the left middle pocket, he's in pretty good shape here. And just screw back onto that pink. If it doesn't, be a change of plan, more power. Yep, that tells you it doesn't go, and he's not on the black. He's going to come up a bit
9.
short, so it's going to have to be the blue. The black back on its spot there, what a chance that would be.
$14. Yep.
It was asked for Arian Williams to clean the white, and then because he got down to look at the potting angle, Arian had thought he changed his mind.
$15.
He played for the black, which was always going to be a little bit tricky, so he's overscrewed to make certain he was on the black, but using the rest, and he's got a little bit to do with the cue ball, so you wouldn't expect him to miss the pot, but not guaranteed perfect position unless he plays a good positional shot here. It's okay. I don't know where the black, well, it's on its spot, but it's now tied up.
22.
The pink's only available, it appears, into the right corner. So he'll have to concentrate for the time being on blue and baulk colours.
$23.
Lots of noise from the other side of the arena. They're at the end of a session. But when you're focused and you're cueing well, you don't hear anything the other side of that curtain, as we call it.
28.
Have to be called a solid curtain.
$29.
Well, that will help. Could play for the pink. Not certain what position the pink will be when it's respotted. Now, where does the pink go? It's okay.
35.
It goes to the right corner.
$36. $42. $43.
Still a couple of reds that's available to Joe.
$49. Sorry.
Important for Joe. Arian was going to forget to take the pink out. Yeah, we need the pink, Arian. Thank you very much. The black's tied up, so pink helps. Yeah, you forget the referees.
50.
It's a long, hard 17 days here, and they're on their feet quite a lot. They do a fantastic job. Our referees.
Pink ball.
Now, where's this cue ball going to finish? Not great.
56.
So 56 points the lead. Still 75 remaining. Okay, you can just knock this red in. It's one red off the table, and of course every red is like taking 8 points away
57.
from the total points that are left on the table. It's a pretty good lead with the black tied up, but it's not a winning one.
That ties
Very
the brown
57.
up somewhat as well. And if Joe takes this third frame, regardless of what happens in the fourth frame, he's got to be pleased with the start here. He knew he needed a quick start against Ronnie O'Sullivan, and he's had a pretty good one. Just caught that a little bit on the thin side. That's why the red has gone near the corner pocket, but the white's tucked up in the side cushion. But Joe can still get through to the potting angle, and he won't cannon the other red. He's just looked at the angle, so if he pots this red, the white would head up towards the blue. Well, he's potted a few of those long balls. He really is cueing very smoothly at the moment, which gives you the confidence when you're striking those, John, and you're putting them in the middle of the pocket.
Well, that's his main strength for me, Joe. He's a tremendous potter. What let him down in the last frame was his safety play. This frame turned out to be a real scrappy one. 58 points in front. It may be worth taking the blue, because pots the blue, because 63 points in front with only 59 remaining. Good pot.
And now just try
6.
and make sure that you get a good safety shot, and if you get in behind the yellow and green, and that's a bonus.
Joe Perry, 6 in the frame.
Yes, Ronnie has conceded the frame, even though he only needed one snooker to tie, which is surprising. But Joe, he won't be too concerned. It's the best possible start for gentleman Joe Perry. He's leading the defending champion 2 frames to 1.
Thank you. The 4th frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Mid-session interval after this frame. Will Ronnie be 2 behind or all square? The last frame really became very scrappy. A lot of poor safety shots early on that knocked the baulk colours into awkward position. The pink and black were always seemed to be tied up. Wasn't a clean frame at all. But as you said at the time, Dennis, Joe Perry doesn't mind how the balls go, as long as he gets the frame on the scoreboard. Where's the cue ball going?
Foul. Joe Perry, 4.
And I think the red cuts in the middle pocket. It was going safe, and then all of a sudden it caught the jaw of the middle pocket there, and it's potable. Okay, got to be careful of the in-off into the corner pocket. He didn't want to hit that half ball, more full ball. I think he might be nominating green here. It's the only colour he can see. Oh,
Rumble.
well, you can see the brown as well. So.
Joe Perry, 1.
This could be good if it runs. Just an inch or 2 short. He'd have been up tight behind the green if it had rolled on. It's a possible pot to the right corner, but not certain if you can manoeuvre the cue ball. There's a phone. The number of times people are told to switch the phones off, it's very off-putting. Fortunately, Joe had a chance to get up and get down again. And he's played it confidently, and he knew he had the angle to go round and be on the black. Good shot.
And terrific concentration to get away from the shot and then back down again after that distraction. it shows you that mentally Joe Perry is really up for this match. And there's his pot success rate. Way ahead of Ronnie at present. And of course, no distractions now. And when you're watching at home, you suddenly think, well, what's going on? Where's all the noise from the other table? And there's why session finished. So they've got the whole of the crucible to themselves, and it becomes a totally different arena when that curtain is raised.
8. Nine.
I was a little bit surprised there. I thought he had a nice angle to pot the black and maybe move the left hand of the two reds above the black and really get the black into play into both corners, but decided against it. Didn't want to risk the cannon.
17.
Prepared to just chip away at them. It's a decent chance though. And it was a superb opening red. Played it with lots of confidence.
22.
This is it. He knew that if he got round the back of the black was on.
23.
Well, that tells a story. Ronnie's only potted 1 out of 8 long pots. Okay, it's early days, but there's one thing for certain. Ronnie knows that his opponent is queuing extremely well. He knows that Joe Perry's a terrific player. And as long as Joe keeps the defending champion in his seat, he can't do much about this.
30.
Back in the top 16, currently number 15 in the world is Joe. He's had a few semi-finals, a few quarter-finals. He's been very consistent throughout this season.
36. 37.
It's amazing, all of a sudden you can hear a pin drop in the crucible.
Well, it's hard to see him not clinching the frame at this visit now. He's got the pink to play for. And of course the black into the right corner.
$45.
Yeah, I mentioned about little mini targets you have trying to win the session before the interval. 3-1.
52.
The other thing you have in your mind, if you can
53.
get to 4 frames, you know you're not going to be behind going into the second session, because there's only 8 frames played in this opening session. And 65 ahead, so looking good for Gentleman Joe here.
60.
Just needs the pink.
61.
And every credit is, you would have to say. He's cued beautifully, hasn't he, John?
Yes, good opening red, and made the most of it.
68.
96% pot success for Joe in these first 4 frames. Ronnie well down at 80%, but I expect that to
74.
improve as the match goes on. But we're going to the mid-session interval, and the defending champion is going to find himself 2 frames adrift. And if Joe can
75.
pot this black and just disturb these 2 reds, every chance of us seeing a century break.
'82.
Oh, well, not there. Pity we didn't see the century, but Joe Perry would be well pleased. Ronnie, well, he won't be too disturbed. He's not had that many chances, but Joe Perry has laid down his marker. He got the good start he needed, and at the mid-session interval, he leads by 3 frames to 1.
Okay, frame 5. Joe Perry to break.
Joe gets the 5th frame underway. No really big breaks, although we had an 82 in that last frame, 57 in the frame before, so it's pretty consistent from Joe. He's pushed this red towards the pocket, needs the green to come to his rescue, and I think it has. Well, Ronnie's having a long, hard look. He can't get through to the potting angle there, and it's nowhere near the pocket, so you can't come off the cushion and knock it in. Well, you could, but it would take some shot. He's coming around to have a look at that. Well, what he's coming around to look at is if he just comes off the side cushion and just nestles onto it, because it's too far away from the pocket to judge the angle to knock it in off the cushion. Well, he's going to risk this safety shot, hoping to cover that red again. And he's not going to cover it playing it like that. Mishit completely. He was going to use the green and the blue as covering balls and misjudged that one. Very little on. Black safe, the pink knock safe.
One.
Not too bad. If he can reach the green, he can come around off 2 cushions and get himself onto a choice of reds. Just a little stun shot off the bottom cushion, side cushion, and back up near his head. That's where he'd like to go.
Played it okay, but if he's got any thoughts of making a sizable contribution, you'd feel that he's got to at least get the blue back on its spot sooner rather than later.
Five.
He's on the blue, but not the right angle, so he'll have to play yellow.
I'm just thinking, you know, Joe's thinking the same thing. Where I got the circle, if he could get on that red above the black, he could pot it and flick the red away. That's covering the black. That's what he's attempted, but he knows he hasn't quite hit it hard enough. But it was a good idea.
7.
He had to be so precise, but it would have opened the game up. And I like this shot here he's playing also. He brought the black into play.
Draw party 7.
Could have played a better safety though. No value in the red to the right of the black. He'd be going into the other reds with the cue ball. Just lost his way a little bit at the moment, Ronnie. He just needs, you'd have to say, just a chance to get in amongst the balls. Isn't it amazing, John, the number of times you can play a match and you never seem to get a chance in around the black spot area? And Ronnie hasn't had a chance in around the black at the moment.
No, the first 4 frames where there was bouts of safety. Not great safety, hitting the baulk colours. And as we've already seen in this frame, Ronnie played a safety, not the pink safe. So just not clean frames at the moment, but that should suit Joe. The longer, well, there's another poor safety. Can't keep making those safety errors.
I think he's got away with it, you know. I'm looking, everything's covered into the left corner pocket. He's had a result there, I can tell you, and that makes such a vast difference. He's only got a safety shot to go at, and who would have thought that? I think Joe, when he mishit that last shot, he thought, oh, I've put him right in amongst them, but what a result.
Yeah, much too thick, wasn't it? The reason I say this type of, or these type of frames Joe won't mind, it's just stopping Ronnie getting into his rhythm. It's all a bit bitty at the moment.
That cue ball's close.
Foul. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
I know there's a lot of support here for Ronnie, but sometimes when they, they shout out, it doesn't really help you when you're at the table.
Well, his long potting so far has not been very good. But he's played that nicely, and he's on the black immediately. This is probably as good a chance as he's had early on in the frame this evening.
He's only got the black to play on. Blue way up the table, pink out of the game, but that's all he may need. And a chance to see how well he is cueing now. The second frame, he had breaks of 33 and 58. That's not the best shot. Okay, still got a red into the right corner pocket, but you want to keep
60.
Close control. Seeing things like that will
Ronnie
annoy
O'Sullivan
Ronnie.
16.
It was the cannon previously. Joe's got to jump on these errors because Ronnie's not going to carry on making them, you wouldn't feel.
6. 7.
Perfect.
11.
He just put his hand up there to apologise to Ronnie. Don't really know why. But this is an excellent opportunity now. Blue on its spot, black available into both corners. And the red nicely spread.
Well, that's not the best. He's just overran that slightly.
19.
Might just be able to reach it. A little shake of the head there. I was watching Joe, and he should be okay. Just, as I say, you like to keep things as easy and as simple as possible for yourself.
Yeah, he's feeling it out there, obviously. There's a few safety shots that's gone awry, and his positional play's not pinpoint at the moment. So what you have to do in these situations is just dig in.
20.
Make certain you pot the ball. Don't let a poor positional shot upset you.
What if he gets the right cannon on those 3 reds? He's hit the perfect one. He hit the right hand red. Didn't
27.
want to hit it full ball. He played that to perfection. And this match,
28.
John, I think it's played over 3 days, isn't it? The 3 sessions. Sometimes it's just the 2 days, but this one, second session tomorrow afternoon. And then they finish off on Saturday.
35. 36. 41. 42.
This black will put him 36 points in front. So 2 more reds. And the frame should be over. Just a little bit twixt in between though.
49. 50.
Well, he's come up a little bit short, but it's not too bad. It just means he'll have a medium length pot. The one to the left of the pink spot would be
55.
his choice. So just this and the black. And was he thinking about that? It's amazing. A number of
55.
times you get it into your head, you think this is frame ball. He never looked like missing until then.
So Ronnie comes to the table 42 points behind, 51 available. Terrific pot. Now he's got an angle on the black here. He may decide to try and disturb that red away from the left-hand side of the table. Well, I'm surprised he didn't. But maybe he's just thinking, well, make certain I get this red
8.
and leave the same angle again on the black.
9.
But he's not got the angle this time. So he's just not got his touch absolutely perfect at the moment.
Watch this shot, though. We've got near that red with it. Lots of screw. Well, the little flick hasn't
16.
really helped it. He can play this left-handed, but boy, this is tough now. No.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
Well,
16.
it was a half chance, but maybe he should have moved the red when you suggested he normally would play that type of shot.
In goes the red.
1.
And just the cover needed to leave Ronnie needing a couple of snookers.
.34 ahead,
8.
with just 27 on the table. Ronnie's staying in his seat. A couple of snookers needed. He doesn't want to know about it. He concedes the frame, and well, this packed house at the Crucible Theatre weren't expecting this. Gentleman Joe Perry is leading the defending champion 4 frames to 1.
Well, Ronnie had a quick look there to see if he's covered this red to the right corner. I don't think he has. And this is a chance for Joe Perry. And he can play for the black. It'd make the pot that much easier. He's missed it. What's he left? He may have left a red to the left corner. Fancied him to get that, in all honesty. That cue ball needs to slow up. It's okay, just about on the green.
Choices here. Play for the pink,
4.
or if he plays for the black, he can then maybe move the 2 reds above the black.
5.
Can't really do it from that position, but if he can get this one away from the black, the one to the right, he could play for that. It would clear the black into both corners, and he's done that. And now he can get on the black in such a way that he can play a little cannon onto
12.
one of the 2 reds, and that will really open things up. Oh, it hasn't finished. Oh, I thought it was going to go on the cushion. It was just a bit too straight, wasn't it? He's usually so good at that. But on these pockets at that pace, you've got to be absolutely pinpoint.
Yeah, having played the cannon, a little bit unlucky to come straight. At the moment, the ball's just not running Ronnie's way. So it's going to be a little test of his character now. Got to keep focused, be patient. Red over the right corner. But I think it's covered. Good length of the cue ball. Joe Perry with a problem to solve here.
Well, not a bad idea just to come off the side cushion and just land on that red that's over the pocket. He's coming around to see what he would leave. There's not a great deal there. Oh yeah, that'll be his choice, you would feel. Especially if he can just land on it from behind. Well, he caught it going up, but I think he's still okay. Got to be accurate with this one. Yeah. Well, he hasn't covered this red. That's near the pocket. It's a possible cut in, but from where he is, he's coming around now to look at it. The white would be heading towards that red to the right of the reds and pink. He may just fancy a little dip at this one. He's looking at it again. All about the pot, and just hope that you finish on a colour. And it looks as if he wants to take this on, so keep one eye on the cue ball here. Well, what a chance. What a chance for Ronnie O'Sullivan now. He hit that too thick. It wasn't a bad choice, but he just hit it too thick. But you'll not get a better chance than this, Ronnie.
1. Eight. 9. 16. 17. 24. 25.
'He didn't get enough side on that.
32.
Makes just the red into the right middle pocket. Well, it's still a comfortable pot, but that wasn't what he was after. He's just got to regroup here and play one good positional shot. And it's amazing.
33.
When you run slightly out of position, okay, he's still got the brown. So can he get himself back into ideal position?
Beautifully played.
37.
He's on the red to the right corner. Should take full advantage of it now.
38.
Joe Perry played the thin cut on the red, and in all honesty, should have got it. It was one of those, you just hit it thin, you're bound to pot it. Maybe he was a little bit concerned where the cue ball was going to finish and just gifted this opportunity to Ronnie on a plate. This was the one.
45.
No excuse for hitting that too thick. Didn't cue it very well.
46.
but the one thing about it, Joe Perry will not be behind
51.
at the end of this first session.
52.
Worst way for him, it will be 4 apiece. But he'll be thinking chance here to get a lead out of this first
57.
8 frames.
58.
He won't be winning this frame now. It's well and truly over. Ronnie 70 points in front. It's just 59 remaining.
Yeah, we've had 20 centuries so far in this year's Alphabet
65.
World Championship.
66.
Not going to be straightforward to make the century, but he will be trying, because he's closing in on Stephen Hendry's record. I think he's
73.
only something like 30 centuries behind Stephen, who retired
74.
a couple of years ago. But having said that, he might be playing again next season with the wild card in a few events anyway.
81.
He's
82.
made 41 centuries this season, Ronnie.
'89.
Well, they're not going cleanly into the pocket, but they're
97.
disappearing. That's the main thing.
99.
This is what this Crucible crowd have come to see. They've enjoyed Joe Perry. They're now enjoying this century.
102. 106. 111.
Well, he didn't bother
17 on the frame, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
about the black, but a wonderful 117 break, and he's reduced his arrears to 2.
Thank you. Frame 7. Joe Perry to break. Settle down now, please.
Two more frames to be played in this first session. Tell you what, Joe Perry would love to share them.
Ronnie's long potting at the moment, not up to the mark. He's had 12 attempts at long pots and only got 3 of them. Just 25%. Now, if you're going to try and get back in the balk-end, you must cover that red that's just to the left of the yellow. And this looks a bit pacey. Possibly needs the brown to help him here. Help him? That is a bonus.
Well, maybe you can hit the red the way he's queuing up there. You know, from that picture, it looks as if the brown's snookering him. And the red that's next to the yellow, but there you can clearly see it's not.
We have eyes everywhere nowadays, don't we? And he can get this cue ball back to the baulk cushion. Didn't look like it from here.
And of course, when there's no play on the other table, it gives the cameraman who do a fabulous job here. When it's tight, you know, there's very little room for them to maneuver around. With the screen up, at least they've got a little bit more room.
You can see, as I say, there's an example of Joe. He played that shot there and he was up very quick. He's just suffering a little bit. Amazingly, and I can say that when he's in front, but he's just not getting through the ball. And that was a terrific putt. It was dangerous because it was almost straight. If it had hit the red in the middle of the pocket, maybe he wouldn't have gone that close to the enough. But he's okay. He's on the black.
Yeah, that was a nice little bonus there because Ronnie was expecting to head up possibly for the blue, but the jaws of the pocket has given this opportunity.
Eight. Nine.
Just a little bit further than he would have liked. He'd like to have been straighter on the blue, and then he'd got more control of the cue ball. There are a couple of reds available into the right middle. He could just come off the top cushion and drop on. If it had been straight, it'd have been simple. But he just managed to glide past them.
14.
Wouldn't want to pot the black if it went back on its own spot and was tied up.
15.
Must think the spot, the black spot, is still held by the red. But at the moment, he just can't get that pinpoint positional play which
22.
makes the break easy. Oh, that's a great shot.
23.
That's very well worked out. He's back in A1 position now. Tremendous shot. Look at that, the way he screwed through those two reds.
It's how he sees that type of shot straight away. I mean, he's got such a quick
30.
snooker brain, Ronnie, and that shot was delightfully played. And
31.
he's off and running now. The rocket has certainly taken off. You don't win 5 world titles without
36.
knowing how to handle these longer sessions.
37.
4-1 down. Didn't have to panic, just kept his cool. Comes with experience.
44. 45.
And all of a sudden the frames are not taking very long.
52. 53.
Yeah, the last frame, just short of 11 minutes. This one is 7.5 minutes now. And we're nearly at the end of
60.
it. Just 2 reds, 2 colours needed. Well, black
61.
and 1 more red would be enough.
Well, we talk about quick breaks, and
68.
it's always nice to mention it. I can't believe it was 1997 that we sat in this very box, JV, and watched him make that magical maximum in 5 minutes and 20 seconds. That might never be equalled as long as the game of snooker's played.
Well, you
75.
can never say never, but I don't think in our lifetime. Well, the red didn't go in, and he's disappointed he's not made the century, but he's got a 75-point lead, 67 remaining, 2 snookers required. Should have reduced his arrears to 1.
One. Eight.
At the moment he needs 2 4-point snookers to tie, but of course when you've got a red on the table, always a chance of a free ball if you do get a snooker.
But to keep it at 2 snookers to tie
60.
needed, he needs to pop blacks off these remaining reds.
17.
Played that nicely. Now he needs to get on the last open red. I agree with you, Dennis. The red that's on the left-hand side of the table, he won't bother playing to get on that. He'll try and get the snookers off that, but off this one on the right-hand side, he needs to be on it to get back on the black.
He's got a bit of a quick bounce off the cushion. He probably had
24.
to take the double on now to try and get on the black. He'll have worked out if he... I'll just show you it coming quite quickly off that back cushion, but the double and the black, not quite.
Joe Perry, 24.
Ronnie might try and double this one across into the other middle pocket. Ooh, that white shouldn't have been anywhere near the corner pocket. Well, is there a little gap between the black and the pink to get to the potting angle of the one to the right of the green? Well, maybe not. Okay, Joe still feels he's got a slight chance in this frame, but I think what he's also doing here, he's had to sit out for the last 2 frames, and maybe he feels if he does try for the snookers, just knock Ronnie out of his rhythm a little bit. So not a bad idea to carry on here. this to make absolutely certain of this 7th frame.
One. Six. Seven. Nine. 11. 14. 18. 23.
Good response, this.
29.
4-1 down. The question was asked. And what does he do? He makes breaks of 117 and a break of 75 in that frame. And Ronnie O'Sullivan, the defending champion, now just one behind, 4-3.
Thank you. The final frame of this session, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So Ronnie gets frame 8 underway, the last of this first session of 3. And Joe Perry, well, having been 4-1 in front, would have been hoping to have at least a 2-frame advantage at the end of it. Bump of the middle pocket in the way. Just spoilt it from being a decent safety. There's a chance here for Ronnie, but it's not ideal just to knock the red in and be on a colour, unless he purposely plays a little soft cannon on the black and try to put the black into a potable position.
Yeah, it's about percentages. He's just weighed up the percentages. Is it worth taking the pot on? Can I get the cannon? And he's decided he can. No. You'd have to be very precise with that cannon. Not happy with it, really. And he's thinking to himself, well, not really worth the risk. So he has played the percentages. Best bit of advice I ever had, JV, was way back in the early 70s. Great Joe Davis talking to him at Pop Black. He said it's all about percentages. Work out the percentages and play to your strengths there. Don't take too undue risks.
Well, the flick on the brown has made it a decent safety. Well, he's found a gap, has he, between brown and blue? And the flick on the yellow has helped Ronnie. Get that cue ball closer to the baulk cushion. Not a bad target now, though, for Joe to aim at, between yellow and brown. Just a fraction too hard, that's all.
Oohs and ahs from the Crucible Theatre, but I think he's got away with it. He's been rather fortunate. Once he got into the jaws of the pocket there, he could quite easily have left Joe in amongst them, but hasn't left anything. As you can see, all covering each other there.
Couldn't get a snooker behind the baulk colour, not from that shot. Needed it to be tight to the baulk cushion, make this shot for Ronnie a little bit more difficult. Ronnie's turned to catch a safety shot too thick. But no harm done by the look of it.
You can just sense that Joe wants to put everything he's got into this last frame. It would be a terrific result if he could take it 5-3. Cat and mouse at the moment. Who's going to make the first mistake? Bit of a chance, this. He was knocking those in earlier, but look at the cue ball. He was edging his bets there. Had he have knocked the red in, had he have potted the red, he'd have rolled to the yellow and got the snooker behind the brown. So. Oh, this is clever. I like that shot. And this is another good safety from Joe Perry. It's a little cracker. Well, this is one of the toughest shots in the game. Full length of the table to snick this red that's near the cushion. That's pretty good under the circumstances. That was tough.
Yeah, this knowledgeable Crucible audience appreciating the safety side of this match as well as the potting and break building. thick safety shot played that time by Joe. So there's a chance here for Ronnie. The only slight downside for Ronnie is the fact that that yellow and brown is just where he'd like to put his bridge hand. So he's just going to be slightly hampered with his cueing.
Yeah, that yellow was just a little distraction. He was so close to it with his hand. In fact, it was amazing how close he was. Any movement and he would have fouled the yellow. Bit of a chance here for Joe. There is an angle to get on the black. He can screw off the side cushion and over behind the black. Played it well.
One.
Yeah, there was his hand. It was so close to the yellow. It's not bad as long as the black pots into the right corner pocket.
8.
He's okay. I think he was playing for the one into the right corner, but he'll settle for this.
9.
It's a very good chance because as he gets on a red and removes it, it's clearing the path for another red. Wasn't ideal that time. He may have to play for the blue now, but he's got a red up the other side of the
16.
middle pocket there, so it doesn't matter what side he gets on the blue.
Seventeen.
I think he can get on the red next to the black this time. Absolutely perfect. This clears the black.
22. $23.
Just okay.
30. $31.
Well, showing a lot of character here, Joe Perry. He was frozen out for the last 2 frames. He really is a class player. Good to watch.
38. Yeah, okay. 39.
Well, immediately asking referee to clean the cue ball, and you could see the bounce. It just took out a few inches of pace out of white, so this black a little bit thinner than he would have liked. But so far, he's taken these well. And recovered the situation well. So all set fair now for a frame-winning contribution.
$47.
So 51 ahead, 91 remaining. So 3 reds, 3 colours. should do it.
55.
And, well, just short of 2 hours. Could be up to the 2 hours by the time this frame's finished. That's pretty good going for 8 frames. And there you see average frame time. 14 minutes, 22 seconds.
62.
It's not absolutely perfect this time. He's got 2 reds, and whichever one he chooses is not straightforward to get onto the black. Ronnie, well, will he get another chance? That's the question. That's a lovely shot there. That wasn't quite as easy as it looked.
This black and 1 more red to win the first session by
7.
5 frames to 3.
I'll tell you what, John, it sets it up very nicely for the second session tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, and just looking at the pot success there, 93% Joe Perry, just 88% for Ronnie. That's the difference, and
78.
it's worth a 2 frame advantage. And
79.
something that Ronnie will be very disappointed about in this first 8 frames, his long pot success, just 29%. Well, just struggled in.
Be nice if he could finish with a
86.
century. That would be doing it in style, wouldn't it? Ronnie had
87.
117 in frame 7. Funny enough, Joe's highest break ever is a break of 145, and he made that here at the Crucible in 2004.
Just under hit it slightly, but I
94.
think this red will still clip into the middle pocket. Yeah, it's no
95.
problem. And the brown will put him on 99. Needs the red for the century. Is he going to be on it?
99.
He's going to have to fluke it, John. Hit it hard and send it in off the black, Joe.
Well, not quite. Ronnie shakes his hand. It's been a disappointing session for Ronnie. The balls didn't really run that kindly for either player. Joe Perry, though, just the start he needed. End of the first session of 8 frames. Joe Perry leads the defending champion by 5 frames to 3.
Thank you. Frame 9. Joe Perry to break.
Great reception for all 4 players. The atmosphere is fabulous. And can Joe Perry continue from where he left off? He won the last frame with a break of 99 after Ronnie came back from 4-1 down with breaks of 117 and 75. It's beautifully poised, JP.
It certainly is, Dennis, and I was very impressed with Joe Perry in that last frame last night. If he'd have come out of that session 4-4, he'd have been disappointed. But he dug in, and that was a magnificent break in the last frame. And he deservedly took the lead into today's session. So this is really interesting. Got to keep the pressure on. Got to score when his chances come up.
always worth the risk, that one. He would have been nicely on the blue, wasn't leaving a great deal, only the red he took on. This is a tough one down into the right corner, and there's only the pink available. What a start. That's a magnificent pot down the cushion.
You're not kidding. What a shot that was. Cued that beautifully. Ronnie will be looking for an angle, maybe to try and get on one of those reds closest to the black first, maybe have an angle to flick another one out, or he definitely needs to move one of them away fairly quickly just to open the pocket up for the black. It's not totally straightforward, this chance yet.
7.
Yeah, that was the problem, as John said. It still goes, and he can get on the red that's to the right of the black spot, but they're tricky little shots, these. Cued it nicely, though. Do you know what's amazing, as we show you this pot again, in the first session, he never got in amongst
50.
the black for quite some time. 3 or 4 frames, he never got a chance in and around the black spot area, and sometimes that happens, John.
Yeah, sometimes you play matches and they just seem to run away with you ever getting a decent chance. And every time you look up your opponents up the top end, it
23.
can be a very frustrating game. But of course, over the 3 sessions for these second round matches, at some point you're going to get your chances in amongst
24.
the reds, pinks and blacks. So it's a good start already today for Ronnie.
31. $32.
Not too bad. It was never going to be easy with the packs
39.
as it was there, but he's got one into the middle. He's got to go into them again here, but he should be okay. Well, that's worked out a treat.
40.
You never really know how they're going to finish when you play a shot like that, but he'll settle for the outcome.
Yeah, just a little cannon on that outside red. Leaves him on the other 2. So this has developed into a
47.
fabulous chance. Has to be said, the opening red was a corker. And he's manoeuvred these very well. They
48.
went straight forward when he started. But they're looking good now.
Yeah, Joe Perry took the long red, thinking that it was the only one he could leave, and he
55.
didn't expect to see Ronnie knock the red in that you were talking about there, John, but it was a superb
56.
shot to get in. And this was the one down the cushion, but black not available. To get on the pink there was superb. And when he does win a frame, it doesn't take him very long.
No, the precision on the cue ball is
63.
outstanding. It really is so precise. You know, you're sitting there looking at the shots he's going to play, and they're just, well, for want of an old expression, Dennis, it's on a sixpence.
64.
Cue ball absolutely perfect every time. There you go, just the right side of the blue again. Straight into his touch.
69. $70.
Well, the frame is safe now, so you can just concentrate and try and clear the lot here. Always good if you can keep your opponent sitting in his seat for the whole of the frame.
77.
We've already had 21 centuries in this year's World Championship.
84. $85.
Ronnie's had a couple of centuries so far.
$92. 93.
That's a possibility. After this black goes in for the century. Oh, unlucky. Nearly went in.
Ron yourself at 93. Joe Petty.
Well, that was very unlucky, but he won't be too disappointed about that. What a start. That's what the Rocket was looking for, and he's well and truly off the launch pad, and he's only one frame behind at 5-4.
Yes, and that's the thing as well, as Steve mentioned how quickly he did it. It's the scoreboard, the way it changes. And Joe Perry was 2 frames ahead of, well, seemed seconds ago. All of a sudden he's only one ahead now, because that was so fluent from O'Sullivan. He needs to re-establish himself in the match, Joe. Needs to get a scoring opportunity himself.
Well, that's an attacking safety shot, splitting the reds like that. And he's got a pretty good cue ball. And Ronnie just sort of tapped the table there in acknowledgement. He knows that Joe's played a very good shot there. All avenues blocked down the left side of the table because of the yellow. And really, I think you can only see the 2 reds. It's the right side of the table. That's what Ronnie's looking at there. And as I say, there's only those 2 reds. And to get the white onto the cushion behind the black's going to be difficult. Sometimes you come to the table and there's no shot on.
Yeah, usually you can find something, but it's not showing itself to me at the moment. I'm struggling to find something he can do other than try and clip one really thin, but check side. That's what he tried. I'm surprised he hit the other red. It fraught with danger, that one, but anyway, that's all he could do.
Bit of a chance there. That's what Joe's faced with, just off straight. If he can pot that red and leave the white where the red is, he's on the black.
Yeah, this might show us how he's feeling, Dennis. Big test.
Yeah, it's all about pushing that cue through in a straight line. Couldn't cue it any better than that.
Excellent. Very good indeed. And a big shot in the context of the match, that. Misses that with all those reds open. Puts Ronnie straight back in. Ronnie will be thinking it's an easy afternoon.
That's where the old psychology comes in. There's 2 ways of thinking about that last shot. Some players, believe it or not, think, if I miss this, I'm going to leave Ronnie in,
8.
or your opponent. But the way to think is, if I get it, I'm in amongst them. And it's such a vast difference. All about positive thinking. course, this second round match played over 3 days.
16.
Most of the second round matches will be played over 2 days. You get the odd one that stretches into the 3rd day.
17.
A little nudge here would help the situation. The red above the black just opens those 3 up.
Yeah, he's usually pretty good in this area of the table. Blessed with a lovely touch, Joe Perry. Doesn't hit the ball very hard. It's a long pronounced pause in the cue action. See it there? Just delivers the cue. Pause there for the cue action just to get your eyes onto the object ball that you're looking at.
24.
Slightly slower than other players, but it's a very good touch.
25.
Well, we heard the world #1, Neil Robertson, in the studio talking about Joe's game. He practices, they're great friends. And not only Joe feels that he's got the game to beat Ronnie O'Sullivan, his good friend Neil Robertson thinks
32.
he's got the game to do that, but he'll have to be at his best to beat this man. And Joe said that in his interview before the match. He'd have to be at his best. And even then,
33.
it might not necessarily be good enough.
Yeah, for me, though, he's done the first thing that's important. He's shown him in the first session he's here to play. One thing you don't want to do is get behind to Ronnie O'Sullivan, because he'll run away like a steam train. But he's shown him he's in a match, he's here to play, and at the moment he's hitting the ball beautifully.
40. $41. $48.
Oh, has he slipped up slightly here? He played for one into the corner pocket. I think the pink's in the way and the red's in the way, so it's the trickier one into the middle pocket that he's faced with. He'll come round the back of the black if he does pot it. Nicely played.
49. $56.
Could have done with the cue ball going a little higher there. Red in that cluster of 3 is the one he's played on. Like to have been a touch straighter on that. And he's certainly
57.
doing better in this match than he's done in the last 3 against Ronnie, because he's been beaten, well, 13 frames to 1 in the last 3 matches they've played. It's been 5-1, 2 4-0s he's been on the end of, so his performance is much improved against Ronnie here.
$62.
Well, that kicked.
63.
I mean, that's why the whites pulled up short of the blue, but you could clearly see that jump. Have a look at the red. Just left the bed of the cloth. 63 in front, so he's only a couple of pots away from securing the frame. It'll be slightly more difficult now. Needs to keep going, otherwise he could be snookered behind the blue here for the red that he played for, and I think he is. So that kick proving
68.
costly, because he's not going to clinch the frame now with this visit.
It's very unlucky. It seems to happen. You see him trying to power the ball around the angles there, but after the kick, you're more or less guaranteed you're going to be snookered behind the blue. He's unlucky there. Won't want to be removing either of the two reds on the right-hand side cushion at all. There is insurance against the clearance, so they won't be coming off. May even decide to take a pot on.
Joe Perry.
Well, he
68.
did take the pot on and get very close. But he's unlucky there, Joe Perry. He was going on very nicely. Decided that it wasn't a good safety, so I'll take the red on.
Yeah, I always feel those shots where they put the extension on. It's, you know, the player would never practice with the extension on the cue. And they're always
1.
difficult. Now, what can Ronnie O'Sullivan do here? Because it's a good chance.
Yeah, I'd want to be on the black here and play the cannon off the black to try and move one of the two reds on the right-hand side cushion, because if you don't get the cannon, you've got another red over by the blue, so you may choose to play on the black here and try and move one of the reds off now. It's not a bad shout.
Got the old double kiss there, but as John mentioned, he was always going to have a red available.
14.
Better to do it now than when that red wasn't there. It's moved it slightly off the cushion. This is not good.
15.
Not the best from Ronnie there. Quick glance at the scoreboard. He's got a few points to play with, but he could do with this blue in. He needs the blue.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 15.
So 53 the difference, only 51 on the table, and a frame.
1.
So you could say an impressive start from both players this afternoon. Ronnie excellent in the opening frame, and Joe coming
9.
straight back. Very crucial break he made there, Joe Perry, just to let Ronnie O'Sullivan know it's the same as yesterday. I was playing well then and I am now. But he misses that black. Ronnie O'Sullivan concedes, and Joe Perry goes back to a 2-frame lead. That's 6 frames to 4.
Okay, frame 11. Joe Perry to break.
You know, the 3 balls, I know he can't get to them, but I'm wondering if they're in a line for a plant into the left corner. Can't see them, but he's had a quick look at that, has Ronnie, just in case. You can see a red for the right corner. But look at that. That possibly could be made. Well, this would be some shot here if he drops this in and gets on the black. Well, Ronnie deciding that it was just too difficult to attempt that.
just put his hand up there to apologise, Joe. Didn't hit that anything like he intended, but I'm happy to see that ground come to his rescue.
Could develop into a bit of an awkward frame with the two reds up the other side of the table now. All of a sudden the safety area is the cushion behind the black. And of course with the white so tight to the cushion, not a lot Joe can do. He's just looking to see if he could double that red, the one that's to the left of the two. It's up past the blue, double it back up the table, leave the white on the baulk cushion. If he plays that, he's got to get it right, because he could leave this one that's closest to the cue ball. He's weighed up all the options and decided that that other shot is a bit too risky.
Still like it though, Dennis, don't you? It's a good enough shot. And as long as you just keep that cue ball up in that corner, still like it. I think it's pretty. It's definitely on. You mightn't fancy it, but deciding against it. Dropping on something else.
Well, it really is a bit of a stalemate now. Just wondering what the players will do here. There's no score. It's not quite tight on the cushion, so can always get a little bit of backspin. Joe just stretching his arm just to, well, you can see, get a bit of backspin.
Yeah, Ronnie just having a look down there whether he can get the cue ball there into that corner. It's not the most difficult of shots, this, as long as the cue ball just goes past the middle pocket and then down.
That's what he's looking at there, as John mentioned.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
He's catching the middle pocket. What a difference that's made. He was trying to get back down behind the yellow and brown to snooker Ronnie on those two reds, but when you catch the middle pocket, you never know where it's going to finish.
Yeah, it just shows the significance, Dennis. We always go on about people playing safety shots and sometimes not reaching the ball cushion with the cue ball, but because Ronnie got that really tight the shot before, it made that a little bit more difficult for Joe. Okay, he couldn't guarantee you're going to catch that bump, but it just made that shot a little bit more difficult by being tight up against the cushion.
He just overscrewed that. He was playing for the red that's next to the black.
6.
So, slight change of plan.
7.
Play for that red after he pots the black. He missed a very easy black off the spot at the start of this match.
14.
And things seemed to go wrong after that, but he kept his cool. He never batted an eyelid, just went back to his seat, quickly forgot about it. And that was something a couple of seasons ago that Ronnie wasn't doing, but he's very, very focused and in complete control. Oh, where's the cue ball?
22.
He couldn't envisage that happening.
Yeah, I think he hit the wrong red. I think he was aiming at the one just above the one he contacted, but because of that, it's run away. And these are tough shots on these tables. Blind pocket. Yeah, not a certainty with those shots.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 22.
Well, Ronnie had an anxious look to see if the red would go in the middle pocket, and that tells me that it does. But as John mentioned, they're tough shots. Well, maybe the red doesn't go into the middle pocket. That's what Ronnie was glancing at there. And I think he's okay. It's a tougher one up into the right corner that he's faced with. This will test his cueing.
Great pot again. I was just about to say, I thought Ronnie had gotten away with one there, but that excellent long pot. And I'm pretty sure he's going to be up behind the yellow or the brown. Beautiful long pot from Joe there. I'd like to get this up behind the brown, tight as possible. Cushion escape.
He's blocked off that escape from the side cushion. He's pretty knowledgeable, Ronnie, and straight away he's looking at getting onto this red to the left of the black. He's going to have to hit 1, 2. Oh, I don't know if that angle's there. The yellow and blue seems to be in the way. Or the red on the left side of the table's slightly in the way of that escape. Yeah, I don't think it's on that route.
Just shows you, Dennis, doesn't it? Just getting that cue ball really tight behind the browns made all the difference. If there's a gap there, say they just rolled up to the yellow and left the gap, you come off the side, cushion into the pack. But because it's tight up behind that brown, it makes the snooker so much more difficult.
Well, he's going around the angles. The red on the left might be the one he's trying to hit. Well, if he misses that, he could stick this one up.
Foul and a miss.
It's come up a little bit short, but it's just one of those awkward angles he's faced with here. Because he definitely play for the red to the left of the black, but there's balls causing him a problem, especially the one left side of the table. I think he's just playing to hit that one. Oh, has he stuck the red up this time?
Joe Perry, 4.
There's a red that goes into the right corner, so he was in a bit of a hole there, Ronnie.
Eight. Nine.
And that red at the back of the bunch is available, and he's got a slight angle. And if he leaves this in the right position, he can then bring more reds into play. He's got the easy red to the middle pocket, but it's the one at the back of the bunch. And that'll open a few more up.
16.
And he should be able to push the white through for the black.
$70.
I mean, every frame's a key frame, but tell you what, John, if Joe can open up a 3-frame advantage, he's going to ask a big question of Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yeah, and he's in pretty good form. Certainly hitting the ball well. Got a slightly poor contact there. Took a little bit of weight out of the cue ball. Of course, it's wins the frame, goes 7-4, and also the prospect, you know, if you win the next one, Dennis, isn't it? You give yourself another bite of the cherry of going even further clear. So, as you say, though, all big frames right the way through.
$25. $32. $33. $40. $41.
Was a better shot than it looked. Loads of left-hand striking to get onto the black here. Natural angle would have taken him into the reds, which he didn't want. Just checking to see if the end red to the right pots to the middle pocket. Must be pretty tight. But he's fairly straight on the black, so he needs something available. Well, he's got a slight angle. He could power this off the cushion and into those 4 reds. Oh, he was trying to help it on there with a move of his body, but
48.
not quite. Just watch Joe here. Watch his body. Get in there, but it didn't.
Joe Perry, 48.
Well, didn't clinch the frame, but very useful contribution of 48 and keeping the pressure on all the time. If you score every time your opponent makes a mistake, you'll go very far in this game.
I don't think the 2 reds are a plant. They'll be going to the right side of the pocket as we look at it. Yeah, they're not on. And Joe's got a 37-point advantage, so he's a bit reluctant to just open all the reds up. And there's very little to play behind when you come back down the table. There's only the brown over that side. So maybe he'll just play the safety shot off the single red. He could take the pot on here. And he did. And he's got it. He's queuing so smoothly at the moment. And to knock those in, that's what you have to do. Oh, that's unlucky. That just stuck when he hit the pink and the other red. The white just seemed to stick there.
8.
Well, what's he done here? Oh, he didn't want to go that close to the pocket.
Joe Perry 8.
Now, he's got a 43-point lead, but this is a very dangerous board the way it is. All the colours are in the open. Reds are in the open. Yeah, he's a favourite for the frame, but if Ronnie gets in, he might not be. At the moment, he seems to have all the answers, Joe Perry. His safety play is causing him trouble. He's playing well himself. And I suppose knocking that pink didn't do him any good.
Yeah, that was to Joe's advantage. And he's had a look at these two reds as to whether he might be able to try and plant them and get the white back up the table. But if he tries the plant, which he's lining up there, he's got to make sure he keeps well away from the right corner pocket with the cue ball. If he could take it on in such a way that the white wouldn't go in, there's a possibility of turning that into a plant. But I think if he tries to make that, the white will go close to the right corner pocket.
He doesn't fancy the red on the left because the jaws are in the way. I mean, ideally he could play off that one and down into the balk area, but it does look like the middle pocket's hampering that one. So it's not straightforward.
Believe it or not, this is the longest frame of the match. It's only been going, well, coming up to 19 minutes. They've all been very quick frames.
Oh, that's not worked out too badly either. He's got the red on the left-hand side covered with the brown. The one next to the yellow might be slightly hampered with the blue, although Joe's looking at that. Yeah, maybe he can get through.
It was one of those where the red must have been slightly in front of the yellow, because if you hit them both at the same time, it's a foul shot. It's what you call a split ball, where you hit the two balls simultaneously.
No hesitation from Ronnie there. Let's get the pink back in play. So just cannon the red onto the pink. All the balls are in the open again. Okay, the two reds on the right aren't perfectly placed, but he's trying to make it as easy as possible. If he does get a chance, he can make that counter clearance. That's a superb shot from Joe Perry, by the way. What a superb shot that is. Watch the side on this. There you go, see it widen the angle. Come down.
And there's a possibility of the one that's closest to the green. But he's going to head back in behind the pink and black again, which is not a bad choice. Oh, not if you hit it like that, Joe. Not quite. He could find himself in trouble here. Is Ronnie hard enough here? Just a fraction out. And Joe could send the red onto the green here and try and get back in behind the pink and black. Or he could even take the pot on and come in behind the pink and black. Might be worth taking the pot on, because if he misses it, wobbles it in the jaws, he'll still have a chance to get back behind the pink and black.
Oh, not hard enough. Has he left a chance? Snick in the middle. think he may have done. Listen, this is not easy by a long stretch, but if it's available, he'll be taking it.
I have a sneaky feeling he had to play that with a little bit of swerve because of the pace on it. In fact, I'm nearly certain he had to play it with left-hand side, which made it even more difficult. You could see the white coming off at the angle. So one good long pot here.
One.
So if he was to take the blue, another red and another blue would be enough to leave Ronnie needing a snooker. Joe just glancing around at the scoreboard. There's the difference, 49.
6.
So just the red will do. He doesn't need a colour, but that would definitely secure the frame. Good stuff from Joe Perry here, John. Very impressed.
Yeah, holding himself together very well. We know he's a top-class player, but it's always difficult out there in that auditorium playing against anybody. But when you're playing against crowd favourite in Ronnie O'Sullivan, even more so. He's got a game on, Ronnie. That's for sure. He's not missing much, Joe. And more important, he looks comfortable.
Well, and at present he's living up to his predictions. He said, if I play well, I can beat the defending champion. And he's certainly playing well.
10.
Yeah, you got to have that belief. Back in the 80s, when Steve Davis was dominating the game, there was an awful lot of players that lost before they got the cue out of the case because Steve was so dominant. But
50.
not the case with this man, Joe Perry.
Yes, and you can have that belief as well, but you've got to back it up. You've got to be able to do your stuff when it comes calling. When that chance turns up, you've got to be able to score. And at the moment, as I say, Joe Perry is missing very little.
21.
It's impressive. It's as good as I've seen him play for a long time.
Yeah, he's putting everything into this clearance here. He wants
28.
to pot the lot.
$33. $39.
An earlier break of 48, followed by that clearance of 46. And Joe Perry has opened up a 3-frame advantage. He now leads the defending champion by 7 frames to 4.
Okay, frame 12. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Interval coming up after this frame. 7-5 would be the scoreline that Ronnie O'Sullivan's looking for. But if gentleman Joe Perry goes 4 in front, that's going to make things very, very interesting. close, but okay.
Could play the red onto the pink here if he wanted to. At least he knows he's not going to scatter too many balls around playing that shot. Well, he could find the gap through there, which is even better. Didn't need to disturb the pink, but once again, good safety from Joe. All departments working very well today. Tactically, very adept. Certainly scoring well in amongst the ball, so at the top of his game.
Well, that's a beauty, that. Fabulous shot. Got the pink, he's the wrong side of the blue, but he could have things open in a couple of shots' time. Has that come far enough? I think he's okay.
Yeah, first thing he looked at, and let's get that red off the black spot.
8.
Done it already. Just brain works so quickly when there's a break in front of him.
I
think he's sensing there's a bit of danger in this match, Ronnie. Looked at the scoreboard, 7-4, and thought we'd better go through the gearbox a bit here. You can see he's already quick around the table in this particular contribution, so he knows how important it is.
23. .24.
Wasn't a great bunch to go into, and it was always going to be very difficult with a pack like that. Is he going to attempt a double here? He is. It was worth the risk. Well, I say it's worth the risk. There's a red that'll go to the right of the little bunch of reds. It's available to the right middle pocket. It wasn't a shot to nothing, as we call it, but he got close to the double. Now, where's this red going to finish? He's been lucky. Could quite easily have gone over the pocket.
In fairness, I think that's the first ball he's missed, isn't it? It's been very good today.
Well, that is another double, but I'm wondering, he's brought the white out far enough. He was on the black, but that was too risky. Okay, but I think he just overhit that, and this red will pot now. It looked as if it was going to be a free double for him, but not with leaving the cue ball there. Oh, would you believe it? Would you believe it? That red he was leaning over was a distraction for him.
One.
Oh, that's not the best shot he's ever played. Just needed a bit more side on that, John.
Yeah, you got to hit this properly and get right into the cue ball here. Brilliant shot. Absolutely brilliant. A lot more difficult than it looked. And the way it's come out, you just play a straight run through and end up on the black again. Great, really good shot this was. Really well played.
9.
Already 40 points in front. But those 4 reds, well, might just be okay. I think there's one in the middle of them that'll go into the same pocket as the black, yep. And even a possible plant, but that red is definitely
16.
available.
And he's also got a great insurance policy, hasn't he? The red over the green bag as well, so play position in a way that even if you lose position on the one you're on, that's a rescue ball up in the baulk area. Yeah, missed a trick there, Joe. You can virtually play to overcut that shot, the one he's missed, Dennis, can't you? If you hit the front jaw, they don't go in, but you can nearly overcut those and they're still going to go in off the far jaw, so slight mistake.
Still got that red that John mentioned as
22.
a little bit of insurance, the one that's over the pocket. In fact, he may call on that red now to keep the break going. He almost made a century in the opening frame. Well, it was a century break for a few seconds until the white dropped in the middle pocket. He potted the black for the 100 and then the white went in off. So not many pots away from securing this frame. And that's just about perfect.
Beautifully played again. As you mentioned, massive frame.
26.
Everyone is in a match like this, but delighted to get back to just 7-5. One or two sounds though, Dennis. He was slightly forcing the issue there, wasn't he? Playing both of those doubles. No, didn't quite get position and just trying to force it a little
31.
bit. But he's got away with it.
Yeah, John, especially the second double where he left Joe the chance. But it's evens shared in
39.
the first 4 frames of this second session.
40.
That will give him a chance now of clearing the lot.
44. $45.
Yeah, the shot that John mentioned will just show you he'd got the red slightly in the way and then he just put a little bit of side on it, a bit of left hand side and just left it in the jaws.
51. $58.
Yeah, you're certainly paying for your mistakes today. High quality stuff from these two players. Ronnie, of course, with that 93 break. It's been 68, 48 and 46 Joe Perry.
66.
And then this contribution from Ronnie. Very good stuff indeed. Okay, so the red doesn't go in. It's enough for Joe Perry. Ronnie O'Sullivan pulls one back, but at the interval, Joe Perry leads by 7 frames to 5.
Always nice to start with a good break-off shot.
Yeah, decent break off that, and well, problems with the red on the right hand side here because Ronnie plays off the pack. Got to make sure it doesn't get the cannon on one of those reds on the right. Well, he missed the cannon, but he's hit it far too thick. Brought the other red back into the baulk area. What a chance this is for Joe.
Yeah, too thick, as you say, and he thought he might get away with this, but have a look at that series of little cannons to leave a sitter for Joe. And 4 reds available. Must be quite warm inside the crucible today. I've noticed Ronnie wiping his hands and his face sometimes with the cloth. Just looks a little bit tired. It's a long old stint here. You've got to keep focused mentally. You've got to be strong. Oh, how unlucky is that? How unlucky is that? Because not only has he knocked
6.
the pink in, I mean, you couldn't get this shot if you tried it for a month, but he's left a red at the back of the bunch, and Ronnie can open the pack, and if he gets on the black, what a chance. That was very unfortunate. And that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, that was definitely a double whammy, wasn't it? Not the pink in, but leave perfect position, because that was what was going to happen with that shot. As soon as you open the pack up, reds were going to come out, and he was guaranteed to be on the black. So very unlucky for Joe there.
It's amazing how it changes around. Ronnie had a bit of bad fortune when he left the red, and he went back to his seat, and he was looking at, not flustered, but you know, I was saying he looked a little bit tired, and then all of a sudden he's out of his seat.
9.
All because of Joe's misfortune there. I mean, Ronnie O'Sullivan, probably the fittest snooker player we've ever had. The man runs all the time. He's so fit, it's frightening.
$16. 17. 24. 25.
'm just wondering how much of a turning point that's going to be in this match. You don't mind if you make a bad shot, losing a frame. But
31.
when you pop the blue and the pink at the same time, something you could never envisage happening. It's a bit difficult to take, especially. Oh, hang on a minute. He's out of position. He is completely out of position. That is amazing.
38, touching ball.
It's touching the red, so how could that happen?
Well, Joe had seriously bad luck, but I tell you something now, he'd be delighted sitting in that chair. He's got away with it because Ronnie O'Sullivan has glued to that red. Any other contact than that one, and it'd be on a red over the middle or the one in the corner. But for them to stick together and at that angle, that's end of break.
It's touching, so that's not a bad thing. He can play a snooker, he can push a colour safe. He's 43 in front, not a bad idea to maybe get pink or any colour safe as a little bit of insurance, but he won't leave that red near the middle. It won't be cuttable from where he is. So he's knocked the yellow
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 38.
near the cushion. But it just never ceases to amaze you what happens. on that snooker table out there. And at the moment you could hear a pin drop in the crucible because the other table's at the mid-session interval. There you see it. Oh, we stuck the red up. Bit of a chance for Joe Perry.
One.
There's the long pot success rate, and that always tells a story. Ronnie at 28%. That will have to improve. And if Joe can somehow pinch this frame, especially after Ronnie sticking on that red, well, what a boost that would be.
Four. Five. Ten. Eleven. Sixteen. Seventeen.
Nice little cannon here. Well, he doesn't have to play the cannon, the other red goes. And as he pots it, it clears the other two, so no problem
24.
there. Didn't have to risk the cannon there. You can see that red was always available.
25.
Ronnie did push the yellow near a cushion when he broke down.
32.
Well, I said he broke down. He didn't really break down, Ronnie. It was just the safety or just the positional shot he played. Will he play for the more difficult red off the black here, the one that's near the cushion?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, Dennis, as well, with Ronnie early in the frame after he lost position there. Here you
48.
see it. Stuns over off the black. Any cannon on this at all, really, other than the one that just sticks like super glue, and he's won the frame. But
49.
I'm just wondering whether that yellow that he played safe off is going to actually come to his rescue, because he's going to need it, Joe.
.56.
Yeah, in fact, it's all about the position on the yellow if he can get this red in a colour. Now he's got a choice here. He's played a lovely pink. He can cannon the yellow out. If he doesn't fancy that, leave the white where I put the other white. And he's in prime position, but he might play the cannon. Now, has he hit it hard enough? Maybe not. It's quite an acute angle, this. He's got
63.
himself 20 points in front. He only needed the yellow and the green. And that tells you that he hasn't pushed the yellow into a potable position.
Joe Perry, 63.
Yeah, well played. Didn't quite get the clearance, but an excellent shot. Took what was there. Left Ronnie in the snooker, and of course, as ever, not if you can hit it, what do you leave? You'd be pretty happy with that, I should think.
I should think so, John. Joe having a look at that yellow. It may be tight on the cushion, but got to be careful if he... I think he's playing this in such a way that it'll come back across. Now he's hit it full ball. Got to be careful if he tries to swing this around behind the black that he doesn't put the yellow into a potable position, but loads of left-hand striking. And that looks pretty good. If not the black, he's got the pink and blue. Just coming up a little bit short.
Oh, right behind that here in the commentary box. He's just half ball short from being a lot of trouble, that. Shouldn't be a problem for Joe to swerve this. Oh, we got lucky there. Didn't play that particularly well. No double Chris required there, but he got one. At first, you'd think he'd just be able to stick on this yellow and guarantee a snooker, but it's not as straightforward as that. I think I'd be tempted just to get the yellow up the table and line it up with the... He chose to play it the other way around, but it's the same thing. Line it up with the blue or the pink.
Yeah, two cushions and hit the yellow from behind would be what he'd be after. He's hit it too thin. He's left the yellow by the looks of it. One good pot, one good positional shot, and Ronnie might just nick this frame.
Yeah, it's not straightforward, is it? Yellow to green. If this was green was on its spot, it'd be absolutely perfect, but it's not, so it's a little trickier just to judge the pace on this. Oh, that was really well played, and a little flick on the ground just helped as well. So big clearance this in the context of the match.
5.
Well, we've had all sorts in this frame. We had Joe knocking the blue in and then accidentally knocking the pink in. We had Ronnie then sticking on the red. But in the end, it looks as if
9.
there may only be one frame the difference. He needs the 3 remaining colours. I
14.
think Joe knew when the yellow went in. Yeah, that tells you he knew Ronnie was going to clear
20.
up here. A frame that could have gone either way. But the defending champion Ronnie O'Sullivan takes it in the end. And now he's just 1 frame behind. It's 7-6 to Joe Perry.
The last time that Joe Perry got past the second round was in 2008 when he reached the semi-finals, eventually lost 17-15 to Ali Carter. Let's see what this frame has in store. Back to Dennis and John.
Now, can he get one of the 2 remaining frames? He'd probably settle for that.
As soon as you
In
can,
fact,
please.
we've got 3 remaining frames. So if someone had said to Joe Perry, you'll be leading the defending champion 7-6 before the match started, I think he would have taken that.
And there's absolutely no fluke about it. It's all on merit. He's played very, very well in this match. Good as I've seen him play, match play wise, for quite a while. I know he's been in good form most of the season. Joe, he reckons that his form has probably been top 8 stuff. So the standard that's played these days, every credit for that.
One.
Not sure why he put his hand up to apologise. Maybe the flick on the red to get on a colour, but it looked as if he took the pot on, so I'm not sure why the hand went up to apologise. Oh, he's in off.
Foul.
If you don't catch that
Ronnie
shot
O'Sullivan 1. Joe Perry
correctly,
5.
the pink, you got to hit the pink full ball. As soon as you hit it half ball, every chance of going in either corner pocket.
One.
Well, black doesn't go past that red either, so that's why Joe chose to play the shot he did, tried to punch it round the angles, but where he was left, Dennis, even though he had the ball in hand in the baulk area, it still wasn't going to be easy for any path to get back down if you potted the red. But well, it was in the driving seat by potting the red. It's the first priority. But he'd be disappointed with that safety shot. You've got to keep Ronnie under pressure at all times, and didn't want a double kiss on the yellow.
He's left a red on, but it's almost straight, I think. And we know the black's not available. Well, he's got a slight angle, but even if he ran this through, he could cannon into the red there, this to the left of the black. Although, if he plays it with a little bit of pace, he might be able to find the gap there. There's a possibility. Yeah, he did find the gap. And he's on the green.
He must have hit that so pure just to make sure the topspin went forward there, because any deviation on the potting angle there, he'd guarantee to get that cannon on either red. So that was really well struck. Not a brilliant chance this, but black tied up.
4.
Well, pink's available, but it's off its spot at the moment, so lots of work to be done.
And at the moment he can't really pot the pink because it would go onto the black spot and be tied up also. So, as John said, far from an easy chance this, just yet. Well, the pink spot will be clear now after that cannon, so now he can play for the pink.
10.
The white's covering it, but it won't be in a couple of seconds. So nicely on the pink, and he's got that pink and blue now to work with. Might have to go up
17.
for the blue this time. The pink isn't available into the left corner. If he can get to there, I suppose he can take the pink into the left middle pocket. Just depends on the angle he has on the red. So maybe it's not straightforward to get up for the blue. Well, he could force it there, but is he going to try and hold on the pink? He is. Much better shot.
18.
Yeah, doesn't really want to be off angle that way with the pink though, because 3 reds out of the 5, sorry, out of the 6 directly below, all definitely pot in the top left-hand pocket, so ideally you'd like to be on that side of it, but the cue ball's taking him away from those. Right-hand one of the 3 you can see just below it, that definitely goes. 2 below, they pot. So ideally you'd like to have been straight on this pink. That's what's causing the problems.
Yeah, all those reds you mentioned, John, are covering each other for the right corner pocket. So he might be able to get back across the table.
$24. $25.
As well played and judged. A lot better than it looked. And he should now be virtually straight on this pink so that he can come back for those 2 reds aforementioned. He's taking these very well at the moment, Joe Perry. This is good stuff.
31. $32.
Just had a quick glance to see if the red that's just above the black spot will go into the left corner. And I think he's okay. And you always know in the 3 sessions, if you can get to 8 frames, there's no way you can be
38.
behind going into the final session.
39. $45. 46.
57
52.
ahead, so this red and any color would do.
$53.
And there's definitely one Joe Perry fan. We could hear him say, "Shot Joe," before it got anywhere near the pocket.
Yeah, he's taking these brilliantly. Natural angle here off the blue for the 2 reds on the right. So this is impressive stuff, Dennis.
58.
Yeah, the one thing about the Crucible crowd, a lot of Ronnie supporters in, but if you're doing the business on the table out there, they will get behind you. And Joe Perry is doing the business at the moment. He talked a good game beforehand, did Joe, and he's backing it up. He said he could beat Ronnie, and he's going to get
65.
himself 2 frames ahead again. He's making the defending champion work hard.
66.
Yeah, he wasn't being cocky or anything the way he said it, was he, Dennis? He was just really saying he was confident, and, you know, if he played like he could, he had a chance. Why not?
Yeah, you're never going to meet a nicer fella than Joe Perry, and but you've got to be pretty ruthless on the snooker table, and he has developed a good killer instinct.
73.
Cue ball is on a string at the minute. It really is. He hit that beautifully. That was such a better shot there. So good, that shot with the rest.
80. $81.
Now look where the yellow is. The only way he can leave it is into the right middle pocket or the corner pocket near his hand, so he's got to get all the way up the table. It's going to be a difficult yellow. It'll go past the blue also.
88.
So he would need this for the possibility of a century. No century break, but I'll tell you what, Joe Perry will be absolutely delighted. He has taken the frame with that break, and he's opened up a 2-frame advantage again, 8-6. There's what's happened in this match so far. The safety success rate, Ronnie well ahead in that, but the pot success rate, look at Joe Perry at 93%.
Thank you. Frame 15. Joe Perry to break.
Just limbering up there to make a good break-off shot. And there's the black immediately tied up. It's amazing the number of times off the break-off shot a red goes either side of the black. Yeah, I was just thinking there that Joe could just snooker in behind the black, but there's not a lot of advantage with that. You could just play this red and push the white tight up against the black. But it's an easy escape off the left side. He still might do that. But all Ronnie will do is come off the side cushion and into the edge of the reds there. And with the red up near the yellow, it's a little bit of a stalemate here. That gets the frame back to normality, sending the red up the table. It's the normal safety end of the table they'll be looking for now. Oh, what a nudge that is. That was lovely. That was the side, but I think he may have left a red on. He's glanced off the bunch. He just wanted to nestle into the bunch. So that flick where he got the snooker. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. He'd been for a comfort break and maybe just forgot something.
Very strange way for Ronnie to play out of that snooker, Dennis, isn't it? Playing the way he played it, there was a good chance that red was going to be left on. It might have come off the side cushion and just dropped into the pack side of it, but played it off the two, and well, this is what he's left. And at the moment, the odds-on favourite for the World Snooker Champion is in big trouble.
Six. Seven. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there was lots of laughter in the Crucible Theatre there, and Joe just he'd been to the toilet and obviously forgot to just adjust himself, but back to normal.
In fairness, he has got other things on his mind.
$14.
Yeah, I'm not so sure the black is any good at the moment. Don't know whether it goes into the top right-hand pocket. Looks like that red might be covering it, so it's up for blue or pink at the moment.
50.
His positional play this afternoon has just been superb. Even this one, judged to perfection, just past the pink. Spot on again.
$21. $22.
Yes, at the moment, hard to play on anything
57.
else but the blue. The real way you can solve that problem with the two reds that are near the black at the moment.
28.
It's the first time the cue ball hasn't gone quite far enough for quite a while. Usually it's been perfect, but a little bit underdone there.
Yeah, he's got to just roll the blue in and anywhere over near that white. He's got the red into the right corner. He's further away than he wanted to
33.
be, but the way he's cueing, can he get the correct side of the blue this time? Just got a slight angle, and if the red, well, you can see where he's cueing. Obviously that red at the back of the little bunch is available.
Yeah, looks like he's decided the one that's in the middle of the bunch there, Potts.
What do you think, JP? You got a big bounce off that side cushion there.
He certainly did. Came off very lively. Certainly more than he expected. Yeah. Pinged off there, but he's still got this red in the centre. It's just more difficult now to control the cue ball here. Should cannon into the other two reds, so a lot of deep screw on this with a bit of side. Make sure you get up past the blue.
He's got into that too well. He might drop on the pink. Difficult to control that when you're using the other reds and playing with side and screw, and he hit it too well. But if he's got an angle on the pink, it's turned out very nice for Joe Perry, because he can just drop the pink in and he's got the red to the left, and he has got a bit of angle, so he can do whatever he wants with the cue ball here.
Okay.
Had another kick there, and an absolute shocker as well. He knows straight away, jumped straight up in the air, that. Took all the pace out of it. Well, you could see it lift off the bed. No surprise that the referee, Adrian Williams, is having the cue ball clean there.
And there's just one red available to him now, the one in the circle. And he'll have to run away up to the balk area, but if he pots this, needs to make sure he gets on a balk colour or the pink up the other end there.
I'll tell you what, even if he doesn't, Dennis, not the worst to roll up behind the yellow if you don't get position. I mean, obviously he'd like to get on a colour and clear the frame up, but that's always there, but he could hold it, couldn't he? And to be honest with you, it's coming all alike to Joe this afternoon. As good as I've seen him play for a long, long time.
But the thing is, he's doing it against a red-hot favourite for this year's World Championship. You can't do anything about it when you're kept in your seat, and Joe Perry has kept the defending champion in his seat for quite a while in this match.
54.
Just a slightly tougher blue into the corner to get good position.
Yeah, just one good pot away for me. If he knocks this in, strong, strong favourite for this frame. Well, the only thing he didn't need to do was overscrew that, which he's done slightly. Wanted to keep the cue ball
59.
higher up the table than that. Okay, he should pot this, but he's got to play another cannon off the red again.
$60. $65. $66.
Very, very impressive. You could see that long pause there. Steve Davis was talking about both players' cue actions and how different they are. No
72.
two players play the game the same. Everyone's got a slightly different action, but boy, has Joe Perry been playing well here.
$73.
When you can clinch a frame with one visit, it makes a vast difference. Doesn't matter about the
33 on
pink.
the frame.
Ronnie O'Sullivan stays in his seat, and Joe Perry has played another excellent frame, and he's taken the frame with one visit, and he now leads the defending champion 9 frames to 6.
Thank you. The final frame of this session, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So Ronnie O'Sullivan breaks off in the final frame of this session, and how important is this? It's been a brilliant session of snooker. Joe Perry has been absolutely outstanding all through this match, but this afternoon he's been excellent. And he's definitely taken a lead into the final session, but will it be 2 frames or will it be 4?
He's hit this a bit too hard. He's going to leave the red over the corner. But I'll tell you what, it's not an easy pot. And believe it or not, if he cuts this red in and he misses the brown, there's every chance he could come up and finish on the black, believe it or not. All depends. Have a look at this. It's coming up the table. Is it too hard or is he on the black? It's just too hard.
1. Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
It was a natural angle for the white to come back up the table, and he almost dropped on the black. Well, John, this is an absolute huge frame for both players. It really is. I think if it's 9-7, it's still going to be tough to pick a winner. If it's 10-6, gentleman Joe Perry would be favourite.
Great pot. Very clean. Straight into the heart of the pocket. Go, excellent cueing.
6.
And Ronnie straight away trying to get the top end of the table in amongst the black
7.
and pink and reds, and try and make sure that he wins this in one visit and gets back to just 2 frames behind. And a very high quality encounter, this, right from the start. And the 2 people
14.
on the media site saying the snooker hadn't been great standard, Dennis, so far, but there's 1 or 2 poor matches in the first round, absolutely true, but in the second round the standards always go up, don't they?
Yeah, when you get to the 3 sessions, that's when these players come into their own.
15.
I think they've got away from the nerves of the opening match, which is, as we know, as a seed, is never nice. And of course, a few of the young lads coming through qualifying hadn't been here before, so they all found it a bit much. And of course, when you get in the second round, some of the matches, just like this one, I mean, Joe Perry versus Ronnie O'Sullivan in the second round. Well, can you believe that?
Sullivan 15.
Just about to say what a brilliant standard you get with these 2 players, but what a miss that was. Didn't see that coming.
That was a total lapse in concentration from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Lost a little bit of focus there. He really did. It's frustrating when you do that. Oh, he's unlucky. He's stuck on the reds. He's not on anything. I was going to say, if those reds had have opened up, what a chance that would have been for Joe to have punished that bad miss from Ronnie.
Yeah, it was one of those shots that you had to power in with deep screw, and the trouble with that is once you hit the pack, it's going back in towards it, not sort of stunning up and coming out of the red. So he's unlucky to finish where he is, but there was a chance that could happen. This really has been an exceptionally high standard right the way through this match. Breaks galore, a good quality play.
Joe Perry 8.
That's a terrible shot as well. He wanted a much thicker contact. He's just lost a little bit of focus at the moment, has Ronnie O'Sullivan, it has to be said. Let's have a look at this again. Okay, but you know, he nearly hit that 3/4 ball or half ball. He needed a fuller contact.
One.
Just drop this pink in here, Joe, and of course pink will go on to the black spot, which would be a big help. But this is a pink earlier in the frame that, well, it can only be a lapse in concentration to miss
7.
that. Thinking about the position that much, he took his half the pink. So there you go. Oh, Joe, have you let it go?
8.
Yeah, you have indeed. Oh, cue ball there. Shouldn't have been
Quieten
anywhere near
down
the
this side,
pink.
please.
And there's the first indication of the circumstances in this match. He knows how big a frame is, but the cue ball was lost there.
Joe Perry, 8.
Very little available to Ronnie there. Got to get his head cleared and just concentrate and try and take this last frame, because he knows that Joe Perry, after that last shot, has got plenty of adrenaline pumping around because he just hit that far too hard. Oh, it didn't look as if the double was on, but he decided to have a go at it because he wasn't going to leave anything. So it was worth the risk. It looked as if that red was slightly in the way, but wasn't a bad effort.
That red he's just played, actually just staying where it is has helped Joe there, because if that had been covered up, it'd have been trouble. He wouldn't have been able to get back to the balk area. Just being next to the blue, he can see enough of it just to snick off it and get back into balk. Well, I thought he was playing a safety, but he went for the pot, thinking that's the only one he could leave. Has he been lucky?
It was a great effort, and Ronnie's going to have to play cushion first as we show you that red stop over the pocket. That's how near it was. Now these are delicate. To hit the cushion first and pot the red when it's away from the pocket. I remember one yesterday which was even easier than this, and he didn't manage to get it. So can he judge it this time? Nope, he didn't want to risk it, so he knows the importance of this last frame.
Yeah, it's one of those horrible little shots that you've just got to play that and know full well that you're going to be down in the balk area. You just have to stand for it.
Do you know, Joe looked at the red into the middle pocket. He's going to make his mind up. He's thinking to himself, I'm cueing well. If I can knock this in the middle pocket, he's going to go for this the way he's wiping the cue. Big shot if he gets it. Great chance. Look at how difficult that is. Brilliant cueing. It really was. He's been so positive, and to take that on and get it was a terrific chance.
Well, that can only be a man at the peak of his confidence. Oh, wow. Just played a brilliant shot in the middle, and now he's stuck on the
6.
reds.
I think there's just one red available to him, but it'll go past the other red.
Yeah, not totally easy with that cue extension on as well, and into a blind pocket. So, mind you, it's a big pocket, I should think, with that other red there over the hole. It's there. And you know something, Dennis? He deserves everything he gets for that shot in the centre pocket. That's one of the bravest shots you're going to see. Knew full well he'd be leaving the table for Ronnie if he missed. Very confident.
I could just sense with Joe's body language that he was going to take that on. I mean, Ronnie just played a containing shot. I think he tried to tempt Joe. Will he get another chance in this frame? That is.
He's got to be a little bit careful with this shot when you play it. Just make sure you come inside the black without cannoning it. Just inside it. Oh, and you've got to put the red as well. And he got there, you see, because he missed the red, he flicked the black.
13.
Didn't fancy missing that one after the red he potted in the middle.
Now watch the white. It just flicks the black, and it's put the black awkward. But Ronnie won't be too concerned about that. Oh, that's going to be too close to the blue, so he may only get 1 point.
1.
I don't think he can even see the green. Well, does he feel he can pot the black? This is going to be close to hitting the black and the red at the same time, so got to be careful here. If he hits them both together, it would be a foul. So let's see what happens here. No, well played. Just could see enough of the black. That was a great shot. Really was.
Brilliant.
8.
No other word. Brilliant. Cued through that absolutely perfectly. And the cue ball ran past through the red on the right, and this is a great chance.
9.
If the red's tied up next to the pink, a little cannon on that would open that red also. Well, it must go because he didn't risk the cannon. And if you
16.
can get on the red without playing the cannon, it's much better.
17.
Although looking at that picture, that red next to the pink is very tight.
It must go, Dennis, mustn't it? There's no reason. Well, he's lost the white again.
24.
So many times today, cue ball has just run out of position. Nearly happened before, but he potted a fantastic black, but he's lost it again there, so chance goes begging.
Sullivan, 24.
What a frame this is turning out to be. Chances for both players.
Well, I mentioned earlier the last frame here is massive. 10-6 or 9-7. And that's why we've seen a few errors creep in. Yeah, that's perfectly hit the black before the red, but it was a great shot with the rest then. There's all sorts with that shot. A great pot. Didn't want to cannon that. He's left the pink on, but he's knocked the red safe. It's going to be a tense finish, and that's not a bad little nudge there. But these are difficult. If it's tight on the cushion, it's slightly easier. If it's away from the cushion, and it's away from the cushion, not straightforward, this.
Yeah, you just got to try and play these absolutely dead weight into the pocket and hopefully don't catch the jaw on the way in. Play to perfection.
Yeah, play to perfection is absolutely right, John, as we show you it again, because he's got an angle on the black to get to the difficult last red. Oh! Once again,
Joe Perry, 8.
the adrenaline, the tension, he hit it harder than he intended to.
I tell you what though, Dennis, this is a
Settle
really
down,
difficult
please.
shot with the rest. We actually practiced this the other day. Myself and Steve were doing a piece in the studio the other day, and one of these shots came up. It was a little bit more difficult than this, but these are tough down the cushion. Not surprised with that.
Well, he's got it safe unless Joe decides to take a double on. And don't be surprised if he doesn't, as we show you that difficult red with the rest. Is it the double? No. And he hasn't hit this hard enough. This is just a little bit of tension creeping in, under-hitting, over-hitting. It's quite understandable. What a final frame.
There's a big target safety-wise down in the air, behind yellow and brown here for Ronnie. Just needs to miss the yellow, or hasn't done it. Still a good red though, but pretty decent cue ball as well. But that was a chance for a snooker there.
That's going to hit the brown. Well, we've had most of these frames with one visit. This has been the most tense of frames, the last one. That's okay. It was a great effort. He was on the pink had he have potted that. And there's a gap between green and black.
He's just a little bit frightened of putting that red over the middle pocket there, Joe. That's why he's hit that a little too hard.
As he hit this too hard, the red needs to pull up, and it does.
Now this is a tricky one. Tight on the cushion. Got to make sure you get this nice and thin. But not that thin.
Oh, I missed.
I'm not surprised he's done that, to be honest with you.
Only a 7-4.
Know full well when you're playing that shot, Dennis, don't you? If you get it thick, you're going to stick it up.
Yeah, when it's so close to the cushion, even a half ball, then you
Let's have a look. What's that?
put the red on. He's just having a look at the monitor as the referee, just to make sure it's in the right spot.
Right.
It looks pretty close. Now, can he get that thin edge that he's looking for? I'll tell you what, he'll get it the next time. Now he's got to hit it thick. Well, you can't risk playing a thinner. He'll lose the frame.
He's going to lose the frame if he doesn't hit the red. So there's a good chance this might be the old double kiss shot here.
That's not a bad shot, John. If you hit the white with lots of bottom and you hit the red full ball, you can send and spin the white back up the table. The only thing is, if you don't get it right, you'll leave the red on. But that's not a bad choice. A double kiss, but play it with lots of bottom. You may not have thought of that shot, but let's see what's going to happen here. That looks pretty good to me. I think he's pushed it on. He's left it. He got too much side on that. The white wouldn't have spun across the table.
Yeah, there's bad news and good news. Bad news is he left it on. The good news for Ronnie is it's absolutely bolt straight. So not much you can do with the cue ball other than stick on it.
One.
It just depends on his angle now. Good cueing again from Joe. It might just be a case of dropping the pink in and taking the mid-range yellow.
Well,
Perry won.
what has he played there? He hasn't even got the snooker. That was strange. Very strange. Oh, Middle pocket has come into play again. That would have been a snooker without the yellow hitting the middle pocket. Now there's a pot on here, but the white will go dangerously close to the right middle pocket as we show you the yellow catching that jaw. But this is a big pot coming up. The natural angle will take the white towards the right middle pocket. Chance for Ronnie now. Had he have potted that, he might have missed the corner of the middle pocket. Well, the chance is there now, and it'll be a very relieved Ronnie O'Sullivan and his supporters. And this match is well and truly on now, John.
It certainly is, but what was Joe Perry doing when he potted the last red, Dennis? What shot did he play there? He'll be kicking himself with that. If you're not going to guarantee the snooker, just pot the pink for 6 points and play the safety off the yellow. But what he's played there is very strange, and it can only be tension. He had Ronnie in a potential lot of trouble there.
14.
Yeah, he had every chance of opening up a 10-6 lead. He didn't do it. So the session has been shared.
On the frame,
Fascinating session of snooker.
See you in the morning.
But Ronnie O'Sullivan, overall, he'll be quite pleased to be just 2 frames behind going into the final session tomorrow. It's all to play for.
Good morning to John Virgo and Terry Griffiths.
Good morning, Jason, and good morning, everybody.
17. Joe Perry to break.
And I think it's set up absolutely perfect for what could be a classic final session of this second round match. Match time just coming up to the 4-hour mark, and Joe Perry won the first session in the 8 frames, 5-3. Ronnie levelled, but Ronnie's pot success there, you see, 93%. Joe Perry, 88% Ronnie. He's got to raise that to 90% or above. And that's just the start he would have been looking for. Lovely red. And the cue ball's travelling nicely.
1.
And there's just about got an angle on the blue. Interesting session, Terry. Ronnie's got to start producing.
Interesting first shot as well. He struck that so well. You've seen the cue ball. It looked at one stage it wouldn't get past the blue, but struck it beautifully.
There you see, just got an angle on the blue. Decided not to come down for the red round about the black spot area,
6.
but I think the black is available. And in playing the black,
7.
he can play a little cannon. Now, you've always got to be careful with this shot. You've got to judge the kiss from black to red. This, of course, will make the black available into both corners, but just got to get this right. Well, he didn't play for the red to the right of the black. Thought that may be too risky. Used that red just to
14.
nudge off it for a red to the corner, so I'll have to go up for blue. Well, maybe the pink pots. Decided on
50.
the blue. Got a nice angle, played it well.
$20. 21.
He's got that marvellous knocker on his Sullivan, isn't he? Everything is without effort. Even his walk around the table, it seems so smooth. His ball striking.
29.
You mentioned yesterday he felt he lost a little bit of control in the in one of the sessions, John, but he does that every so often. He gets frustrated if he doesn't get excellence.
Yeah, they split nice. None better in the game at that shot. Just watch the cue ball. It's the red, then comes back in. Didn't play it with a lot of pace. Knew that he just wanted to get a couple of reds into place. Never been in front in this match. Always been behind, and at one time 3 frames behind. And when he has reduced his
37.
deficit to just 1 frame, Joel Perry has come out and won the next couple. Another cannon. Only just looking for a red to continue with. Has he been unlucky?
42.
He may just have been a little unlucky there. He looked as though, for all money, he was going to be on a red to the left middle, but hit them pretty well. But I don't think he's on anything. That's why he's having a look at the ball ken, where to leave the cue ball. And sometimes the run of the ball, that can frustrate you.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 42.
So a good start, but he'll be a little bit disappointed with that cue ball. It should have been tight against the baulk cushion. He's left a chance of a pot on here for Joel Perry.
One.
Good pot. 8'5" between cue ball and object ball. Right in the heart of the pocket. That's one thing Joel Perry can do. He can pot a ball. This is a big, big session. We talk about the demise of Ronnie, but this is a great chance for Joel Perry to produce one of the results of his career. Oh, and that's gone wrong. Knew it was running into the second red, but should have calculated it better. He's not on the black as expected, so that could be end of break unless he wants to take on this very risky blue.
Safety, it isn't quite right as well. There would have been a hint of desperation if he took that blue on. No need for that.
Well, that's a good safety. Cue ball tight to the baulk cushion. Joel Perry needs a good safety now. Pretty good effort. Very good.
I don't think Joe's got any worries against Ronnie O'Sullivan in the safety battle, despite O'Sullivan being an excellent safety player. It's the runs of big breaks that you've got to worry about against O'Sullivan when he gets going. Well. Totally mishit that. Left an easy red on and black is available. Unforced error then.
Yes. Tried to hit that red very thin, got it much too thick.
One.
It'd be a tall order to win the frame at this visit, but can get right back in the frame. He'd like to be on the red that's closest to the pocket, but I don't think he can get through to that.
8.
Whether the black is available now into the right corner, I'm not so sure. It'll be tight. The black must go to the right corner. But don't miss the red.
A bit disappointed for Joe Perry. He hasn't missed a lot in these 2 sessions. He's made the most of his chances. He hasn't got the break building skills of Sullivan. Nobody has really. So he plays to a very high level here today. Joe Perry will put more pressure on Ronnie Sullivan.
Well, once again, Ronnie's not played the best safety shot there. He's left a chance of this red to the left corner. Okay, maybe running into the reds near the top cushion, but it's certainly within range for Joe Perry. He's had 2 chances now, Joe, not really made the most of them. So he'll be trying to redeem himself. He'll take this on for certain. Now, has he got away with it? He may have done. Now, Ronnie can get through to this red. It's very straight. They'd just be able to pinch a bit and run around with 2 cushions. Was he on the black? I think
1.
maybe just about. Important, I feel now, for Ronnie to win the frame at this visit. Joe Perry has had 3 decent chances. Well, the last one was tough, but prior to that, had 2 very good chances to score in a very important opening frame this morning.
8.
Ronnie now doesn't want to give him another chance.
9. $16.
Just a red and a black required, or a red and a blue in actual fact.
70.
But red and the black, we'll put in 50, with the black now we'll put in 54 points in front with just 51 remaining. So that's just the start he needed. A few loose safeties, has to be said. Wasn't flawless
25.
snooker from Ronnie, but most important thing in this final session on this race to 13 was the first frame this morning, and now that's in the bag.
32. 33. 40. 41. 45. Foul.
No, it doesn't matter about the in-off to
It's
frame
only
as
45
well,
to
but before
24.
that, Joe
Ronnie
Perry will be
Sullivan.
disappointed there. Too good chance. A few loose safeties from Ronnie, but he got what he wanted. He won the first frame. Joe Perry now only leads by 1. It's 9-8.
And he's continuing with the left-handed break-off.
Yeah, I've spoke to Ronnie about that a few times. He just feels he can get more side on playing it left-handed. And he always believes that you've got to be a foot this side of the baulk line to find a good place on the baulk cushion. But he's left a chance of a pot on here. And a good one it is.
Well, fully committed there. He'd like to have stopped a little bit closer to the black, better angle, or a bit further and been on the pink. And what Joe Perry's got to make sure of here, well, perhaps he is thinking about it. I was just going to say, you can't start thinking that he's got to make the most of every chance, because it's not quite like that. It does help if you do, but if you start thinking I've got to make the most of every chance against Ronnie Sullivan, you're going to be likely to miss.
One.
Well, he missed a few chances in the first frame, which doesn't help your confidence. Missing that pink will be a real body blow after the good opening red. And of course, Ronnie, the type of player like all great champions, Terry, they'll see
6.
that as a weakness and jump all over it.
Seven.
Very much so, but I think Ronnie's thinking about his own weaknesses as well at the moment. He wasn't happy the way he played in the first 2 sessions. You may not have expected Joe Perry to play so well, but Ronnie wasn't at his best. But these days he tends to still win matches when he's not at his best, when in years gone by that may not have happened.
Yes, it was a few years ago where nothing but his best pleased him. And he used to get frustrated and he used to show in his play. I've seen that a couple of times yesterday afternoon in the second session when I thought he just lost a little bit of discipline. Well, was trying to make things happen. But that's what can happen when you're playing catch-up. So into the red, just looking for one to continue with. And that could have come better. That could have
18.
come a lot better than that. Hit them well enough. Just needed that cue ball to come away from the cushion. It looked like it was going to do until the red came and nudged it back on there. So unless he's got a straightforward pot here, tough shot coming up. When I say a straightforward pot, I mean a ball he can pot and not have to do much with the cue ball for position. That's what makes pots difficult.
He doesn't like that red. Not quite sure if he's canning into the other red as well. And you can't put spin on to avoid that, so taking the more difficult pot on. Ooh, just about dropped in.
19.
I didn't think it was in until it dropped, to be honest with you. But he's nicely on the pink. Good chance.
See, Steve Peters is with Ronnie today. Dr. Steve Peters was had a great effect on Ronnie's game on the table,
25.
or more like his mind on the table. Ronnie's certainly handling
26.
imperfection better than he has in his previous years, and that's what it's all about. You never lose your skill.
Got the cannon, but he slid through the reds. Now what's available?
33.
By the looks of it, nothing. He's playing safe.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 33.
At this time, and just watch that again. Just wanted to catch that a little bit fuller. I must say he's a little unlucky to get the cannon and slide through the gap of the other two reds, but at least it gives the safety, full concentration. Just a bit thick on that safety. May not have left anything to tempt Ronnie to go for, but when you don't find even the baulk line, Ronnie with his hand on the table, you'd expect him to play a better safety than that. Well, he's playing the pot. Oh, super shot. Just didn't get into the cue ball enough, but what will please him is his long potting. It's been below standard most of this match. He's played a couple of nice ones already this morning.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
That's pretty low for Ronnie O'Sullivan, 48%. 13 out of 27 he's potted. So Joe Perry hasn't disturbed the scoreboard too much this morning. He's going to have to get started. He's in a tough position here. Well, he served it too much.
Foul and a miss.
Doesn't want to leave a free ball.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
No. And the first session there, you see the long pot success of Ronnie. Just 29%. That was very low. And so far this morning, 100%. I think mid-60s, Terry, is about right for long potting, because obviously a lot of long pots are played as shots for nothing. But if you're very low, and you know, with the attacking players today, that means that you're not taking advantage of slight safety errors from your opponent. Aaron Williams trying to get the cue ball back to where it was.
Yes, I think Ronnie O'Sullivan gets turned on with the long potting. He's a bit like Stephen Hendry, relies heavily on that against the, you know, the top players to beat them, to get in and score with his long potting. And let's be honest, it's very satisfying. If you do, it just gives you some inspiration, because you're taking risks with long pot normally and generally leaving something on if you miss it.
Foul and a miss.
Missed again.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Well, Ronnie have it put back now. Could he get through to hit a red? Clearly, I don't think so. I mean, just because he's trying this shot doesn't mean to say... Does he get a warning?
Yeah.
No, he obviously can't hit any red full. I thought maybe the one to the left of the pink he could hit, but obviously not. Swerving this to try and get a thin contact. He's got it this time. And played it pretty well, but that was always the fear, that he was going to knock the red towards the corner. And that's what he's done. So if Ronnie can pot this red and get a position on a colour, it could be the second frame of this morning and final session in the bag.
It's been all Ronnie O'Sullivan so far, but he's lost position quite a few times when he's been in the balls, which is unusual for Ronnie. That will affect him. I'm going back to the long potting, John. Of course, it's not just the numbers that count. As you know, as a player, it's how much you miss them by. If you're wobbling them, you're disappointed. If you're missing them by 3 or 4 inches, you can get a little bit upset with yourself and start, you know, checking on your cue action and that type of thing.
Absolutely. Because if you are missing them by a distance, then you obviously just sitting slightly across the ball or putting a bit of unintentional side on. Doesn't look as though Ronnie's on a colour. So taking the opportunity to put one of the colours out of commission. Gave that a bit of thought. And in the spot of bother here is Joe. This isn't a straightforward return to the balk end. And playing this red, he's got to hit it just right. It's a thinnish contact, otherwise he'll wobble in the jaws of the pocket. Oh, and that's as good a shot as he's played this morning. Well played. Good shot, Joe.
Taking this one on. Knew there'd be a good chance of getting a safety. He's got it slightly thick. One thing Ronnie's done well this morning, John, is when he's lost position, he's played a good safety from it, hasn't he? He hasn't sort of rushed in and got disappointment. He seems to be in a better frame of mind today.
Yeah, but there's a long pot that goes in for Joe. That's what I expect from Joe Perry. Very good potter. Now, can he make the most of this opportunity? The problem is when your opponent gets in first and you come to the table 40-odd points in arrears, it's chipping away at that deficit before you can start even thinking about the frame. And that's what he'll be doing here, trying to get right back in.
What you've got to ask yourself, John, in these situations, if this was roles reversed, would you fancy O'Sullivan to clear up from here? And the answer would be yes.
Okay.
Well, I'd fancy him to get right back in the frame, clear up. I don't know, with the yellow being awkward and the red near the right-hand side cushion. Joe wasn't happy with the contact there, and that's why he's asked for the cue ball to be clean. So the fact he's have it cleaned means that he's not exactly where he wanted to be on this red.
Nicely played. Just screw past this red now. So as John said, there's a few hurdles along the way here, but
19.
Joe Perry just be glad to be on the table. He hasn't had a lot of table time this morning.
20.
Chance here to pot this and bring one of the awkward reds away from the side cushion.
27.
Yeah, just didn't get into it full enough, but he wanted to guarantee his position on the colour, and he's nicely on the blue. Joe, you cannot miss these type of shots. You cannot make these mistakes at this level.
One.
It's black to go 23 points in front. I think he can just come a little bit low. I don't think he can get the cannon. He might just have to drop behind the red. Well, he could just... Oh, and he's missed the black. So, there you go.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
Trying to get the cannon. Took his eye off the pot. A let off for Joe.
No pressure out there, is there? This is the final session of 3. These are the times when you've got to do the job out there. There's no way back. Today, first 2 sessions, you can't really lose it unless you're exceptionally bad.
One.
Well, that could act in his favour. I don't think he played that shot, but is he going to bring the yellow into play now? Play yellow, yellow. It's the only, well, it's not the only safe ball, but it's the one that'll be stopping him clearing up. Got to be brave, take it on.
Yes, and remember, the yellow will come back up and go on its spot. It's hard work
Joe
so
Perry,
far
1.
this morning for Joe. I'm expecting to miss that normally. I know it's along the cushion, but such a good potter. Disappointing start. But it doesn't look as though he's left this for Ronnie. Ronnie trying to put distance between cue ball and object ball. Oh, and he's been very lucky there. He's left the yellow, but the green is a blocker. Very fortunate. Good hit there from Joe. And nearly got the snooker, not quite.
There's nothing quite like an exciting end to a frame when there's mistakes made. You're not sure somebody's going to clear up if they get a chance. And Steve Davis always says the best thing of all is somebody does a break, somebody does another break, and then safety on the colours is the most exciting. Black to win, he thinks. Good pot, but he's not on the green.
2.
Yeah, but he looks as though he's got an easy opportunity to get snooker behind the brown, which could just give him the initiative in this frame.
Joe Perry, 2.
Well, he's not quite there. He can just bend it so he can get to the top cushion and get right up behind the screen. Maybe it's not as straightforward as I first thought. The problem is, if he swerves around the brown, he's going to have left-hand side on, and that might just take it away from the green. Of course, he could come off left-hand cushion, top cushion, and hit it from behind, but he feels he can get in behind the green from here. Well, he didn't get right in behind it.
Declaring it? Declaring it. Yeah. Foul. Joe Perry, 4.
Oh, well, there's a foul there, so didn't quite see what happened.
Yes, I did, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Well, if there's a foul, I presume miss will be called.
You better get it back because I'm sure with the green.
So let's have a look exactly what happened here. I can only assume maybe Ronnie hit the brown or something, did he?
Where's the green there, Terry? Has it moved?
Well, I didn't quite see the foul.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to see where it was with the yellow, with the pink rather. Can you try again?
Well, I didn't see that myself. I presume he touched the brown. It's so important now to get this green back in the right position. Let's have another look at this.
I think the white needs to come in a bit.
Well, maybe he thought it was a double hit, did he? Not to hit the brown. Pushing the cue through, hit it there. Well, yeah, the cue followed the white, so maybe it was a double hit. It's an unusual double hit from that situation.
Towards there?
Yeah, it was definitely half covered by the brown, the top cushion.
To the brown.
As I say, it's got to be so precise, this.
Bit more?
I sometimes wonder why they don't just ask the players to put them back, because, you know, they're the ones who seem to be having the final decision.
Well, I think the player that played the shot knows, doesn't he? He knows exactly more or less where it is, with give or take a tenth of a millimetre. He couldn't hit it direct, I don't think. I think he hit down on the cue ball a little bit to try and lift it off the table, but he had to swerve it slightly.
Well, I wasn't certain about this particular shot when he was playing it. I mean, the normal escape, you'd think left-hand side cushion, top cushion, get right in behind the green, but there is a space round it, so maybe that's the thing that was putting Ronnie off. That's the line I would be thinking. Well, he's just flipped it. That was a bit fortunate, have to be said. And where's this cue ball going to finish? But it's safe enough, and that's all you're hoping for. Nine points the difference. He's got a good line here. Pink and black were always going to be the snookering balls. I don't know if Ronnie can swerve and get to the top cushion, then he can hit the green from behind. Well, is it safe, or will this green cut in? It may just cut back into the pocket here. 9 points adrift. I think it cuts, but can he control the cue ball? Decided not to risk it. Thought he was guaranteed a snooker, and he was right. So calling the shots at the moment in this very important safety exchange.
Very important frame as well, John, because both players have missed chances in this frame. As you say, it's such an important one for O'Sullivan to get back level, or Joe Perry to retain his two-frame advantage.
3.
Almost a bit shorter pace. These brown, blue and pink.
Seven.
And very quiet all of a sudden.
12.
But just the pink needed. Big frame there for Joe Perry. Missed a few chances early on. O'Sullivan won't be too happy. It's now gone 2 frames back again. 10 frames to 8 to Joe Perry.
Decent break-off shot. Not left any chance of a pot. And it's not going to be the easiest shot to get the cue ball back to the baulk end, particularly with that red on the right-hand side of the table. That acts as a bit of a blocker if Ronnie doesn't catch this red just right. Oh, well, there's a fluke.
One.
Nothing you can do about that. And he's just about on the yellow. But, as we all know in this game, if you have a bit of luck, take advantage of it, because it can always quickly turn and go the other way.
Three. Four.
If Ronnie O'Sullivan goes on to make a big break here and win the frame, that
10.
that fluke would be very important in Joe Perry's mind.
11.
Now we've seen Ronnie O'Sullivan enough to know that he hasn't really started great in this session, but a flick of a switch and he's off to go. Pots ball so quickly, he's a wonderful
16.
positional player. Moves the cue ball without any effort at all, or it seems like it anyway. And as you mentioned on air once, Johnny, it's a frightening atmosphere, like Jimmy White, Alex Higgins, O'Sullivan, you know, and they score so quick as well, and
7.
you're sitting down there and thinking, I just made a mistake and now I lost the frame again.
Yes, as Rob Walker says when he introduces him, blink and you'll miss it. And it feels like that sometimes. Needs to run past the black. Just about done it because he just
22.
overhit that slightly. I'm not certain this is the red he played for, but he's on it.
23.
Just overrun the position again, so he'll have to play the cannon here, you feel. Pot the blue into the reds. And he's okay, he's got a red to continue, and he's finished on it really nicely.
28.
So this is a great opportunity for Ronnie to take full advantage of that fluke red. But as I say, when you get a bit of luck, don't apologise, just take the opportunity. This was that fluke again. He had to play this stick to avoid
34.
that red on the right-hand side of the table, never imagining that one would go into the corner.
35.
But it did. Now, I think the pink spot is now available, so all depends on the availability of the pink. I mean, he'd love it to go back on the black spot, but I think the pink spot is in the open, and the pink's in the open,
41.
so it is available into the left middle. Just coming round to have a look. 41-point lead. So he's looking
42.
after this pink. He's still going to need 3 reds to get past the winning line in this frame. 2 of them are obvious.
$48. 49.
decided to play the cannon, and the way he's walking round, he's nicely on the red. Just a quick glance at the scoreboard. He's 55 points in front. 2 reds, 2 colours, more than enough.
56.
In fact, this blue and 1 more red would get into Snooker's required stage. So, even though it started with a fluke, this is just what Ronnie was looking for. A frame where he got in first and won the frame in 1 visit. Particularly when
61.
you're playing catch-up, the sooner you can get a frame over and get the next one on, the better.
62.
Joe Perry will be sat there thinking how unlucky he was not to get a chance in this frame, and I'd agree with him. But that's Snooker.
And this is what O'Sullivan does. He scores so quickly. One chance. Okay, it came from a fluke, but so difficult to sit out and
68.
watch this for Joe Perry. But for everybody else, of course, they absolutely love it. There have been times when O'Sullivan has been, well, you know, lurching between mediocrity and misery out there, but
74.
when he's on his game, he's
75.
absolutely brilliant to watch. Even for the professional players, they all tune into his games. He's very special.
$81. 82.
Wow, it's a pity the black didn't go in and we didn't see a century, but it all started with a fluke, but he made the most of it, and he's 1 frame behind again. 10-9, Joe Perry.
Okay, frame 20.
So there's a mid-session
Ronnie
interval after this frame. Can Ronnie level?
Well, everything points to that, John, to see O'Sullivan levering up after that lovely break. But what's nice about snooker is also you set up the reds again, and here we go. Anything could happen. I have to say, in one way, what happened in the previous frame with Ronnie having a fluke and clearing up is better for Joe Perry than if Joe Perry lost the frame with a few, you know, shots that he missed, because that's what affects you the most when you're out there.
Yeah, decent safety there from Joe. Can't see a path back to the balk end. In fact, I think the only red that Ronnie can get to is the one on the right-hand side of the table, and he's just coming down. If he was to stun that in, leave the cue ball where the red is, he'd have a chance at the black. I think he might take the pot on, because I certainly don't see a safety, and he can't run back to balk. It's too straight for that. Great pot. Great pot. Knew it was always going to be close to the side cushion, and this black was never going to be easy. But got the first part over. A 9-foot 5-inch pot. But this black is far from easy.
And does he see any future in this black? So I'm going to look what he'd, well, what he could get on, or perhaps what he could leave. If he's thinking of the second one, he should play safety. Good control from O'Sullivan. Sometimes when you pot a good long pot like that, you feel you should go for something. I should be getting a break from here, but his mind looks good.
Well, you won't see him do that very often, refuse a shot like that. But as you say, good control, self-control, and he knows the importance of this frame. Can he get back on terms with Joe Perry? But Joe Perry's found a red.
1.
And Ronnie will be snookered here.
Joe Perry 1.
Well, this looks a dangerous side to come down to me. Can't believe he didn't think about trying to play the red near the top cushion. That was fraught with danger coming down that side.
1.
So here's a chance for Joe Perry now. Took 2 frames up again, but more importantly a mid-session interval for Ronnie to stew over.
Eight. 9.
Doesn't seem to be losing his composure, Joe. He's been hit with a few bad ones this morning. But, a few misses he's made and a fluke from O'Sullivan, but he looks in control out there, which is good. Lose control of your mind, you got nothing.
16. 17.
Played that nicely, played for 2 reds, each side of the pack.
24.
Plenty of right-hand side on to swing the cue ball round.
25.
Just don't think he was happy with the bounce off the cushion. There was a little bit of a jump on him when cue ball met object ball. He's not perfect on this black by any means. I mean, he's got the natural angle on the black to play for the red along the top cushion, but that red will be tricky. Will he want to play for it? No, he won't. So I presume he's played for this red to the left middle, but he's well short of pace.
32.
Is it past the blue to the far left corner? Although it looks like he's playing it in the middle. Now, poor positional shot off the black.
Perry 32.
Well, it's a thin cut, but Ronnie may not play it as we look at Joe's miss again, but that was all caused because he underhit the positional shot from black to red. Thin cut or safety. Safety's guaranteed. But he's gone for the cut. Needs to run, needs to bounce off the cushion. Just enough to give him a chance of potting the black and getting into those bunch of reds.
he didn't play with too much pace, if it hit really hard, the spin wouldn't have taken in time to catch those reds. He's brought 1 or 2 out. Red in the middle. I think there's red at the top of that pack that may go in the left corner.
Nine.
Don't think he played for the pink.
No, I'm sure he didn't. So, blue, it's helped the path of the blue because the brown's not on its spot. Neither is the yellow, so there's plenty of room to come in and out of balk. Playing the cannon, needs to catch it fullish. Didn't. He's opened them up slightly, but this red along the top cushion was a dangerous shot to play. I think he's just about got the angle to be able to run round off 2 cushions, but boy, you've got to be accurate with this if you're playing it with any kind of pace. And there's not much of an angle looking at it. This is a big shot, this. Oh, played it brilliantly.
15.
Didn't do a lot with the cue ball. He knew how difficult the pot was. Now, there's 1 red sticking out of that little line of 4. If you can pot the black, cannon this red in the middle of the table, frame at his mercy. Got the cannon, would have liked to have hit it a little bit fuller. That's why the cue ball's near the side cushion. Not out of the woods just yet.
22.
You see him taking a deep breath then with disappointment, and everybody thinks that O'Sullivan just goes down and hits the balls and they go in, but he feels the pressure like everybody else does. They say we're all human, we all like to be loved, and we all get wet in the rain, John.
23.
Yeah, you can't argue with that, Tom. Tricky little shot, this. Ooh, any more pace, and I don't think it'd have gone in, but he played it lovely, and he's nicely on the red, and if the pink's available into the middle, that makes it a little bit easier for position. But he could stun over
31.
for the black. Just 1 point behind now. Big frame, this. One of the biggest frames in the match. Because we're getting near the business end. Oh, dear me. What was that?
On your Sullivan, 38.
How on earth can you miss a ball like that from so much distance? Lack of concentration? You can't believe at this stage of a match and such an important frame, but that's what it looked to be. What a let-off for Joe Perry.
1.
Can he now take the most of it? Mustn't have even looked at the red. Only just hit the jaw. Unbelievable things that can happen.
8.
Well, I feel in the first 2 sessions, Joe Perry would make these balls possibly, but he had a little bit of problem this morning.
9.
Missing 1 or 2 unexpected, but the Sullivan miss was unbelievable. The shock. It's the unexpected that's the hardest to put up with.
Puts him 10 points in front. He's going to need the yellow,
16.
which is probably Ronnie's only hope. Sitting in his chair.
7.
The only thing that could stop Joe Perry winning the frame at this visit. What a miss that was. Obviously this red passes the green. Quick glance at the scoreboard.
22.
16 points the lead. if he'd have played for the black,
23.
he needed the black and just the yellow. Now he's playing for the blue. He needs yellow and green. So it's not just a case of just rolling this yellow in, which if he only needed the yellow, that's what he would have been doing.
28.
He's got to get back up for the green. He's got a good angle, but he's using the rest. It's a big shot. He's missed easier shots than this morning. But he'll be just glad to have the opportunity. Yellow and green to go into the mid-session interval with a 2-frame advantage once more. Clean as a whistle.
$30.
Now you can say that miss that Ronnie O'Sullivan's going to be bigger. A shattering blow to miss a red like that for anybody at such a vital time.
37.
Joe Perry's done well here though. He had to make the balls. He's under extreme
42.
pressure out there like all the players.
$48.
Pink's
On the
gone
frame.
in then, and Joe Perry has retained his overnight lead. He still leads O'Sullivan by 2. It's 11 frames to 9.
As Joe Perry breaks off in frame 21. Looking for 2 more frames for a place in the quarter-final and a big, big upset.
He's given this plenty of thought, so it must be difficult.
Yes, if he's trying to get back to the balk end, he's got to catch this safety just right. Those 2 reds on the right-hand side of the table. He doesn't want to collide into one of those. So played the thick one. And he's got a good cue ball. Good attacking safe, a little tap on the table from Joe Perry as we go past the 5-hour mark. Ronnie O'Sullivan came into this tournament a very short price favourite to win the title. He's getting near the winning line now in this match. Form book out of the window. Just a bit pacey, and Ronnie's been left a chance of a long red, and he may decide in playing the red to play a little cannon on the 2 reds just to the right of the black. That's the sort of shot you're thinking about if he wants to fully commit for position. Well, he decided to play with a little bit of left-hand side to check the cue ball, needs to slow up, and has done. He's got a choice of yellow or green. And he knows now can't afford any more unforced errors. Just went in. It was the side that threw it a little bit wide, but when we looked back at that red that he missed in the last frame before the mid-session interval, was playing it before he decided what he was going to do with the cue ball. You can't afford to do that.
Fine.
You can never take any pot for granted at this game. It's not American pool. You just get the balls near the pocket and they go in. You've got to be so accurate. on a snooker table. So this is what he was looking for, first chance. Can he make the most of it?
12.
Well, he hasn't got the angle with the ones by the black too. He's taking this one into the middle.
13.
Wait for a better angle, possibly.
Yes, the black, to all intents and purposes, available into both corner pockets. There is a red just to the right of the pink, which got a nice angle on the blue, as we can see. So you can just drop the blue in and play for this red to the right of the pink. Well, he had a choice of playing for that or just turning a bit further down. He'd probably prefer to be on this red
18.
to the left corner. This will clear the black spot area a little bit more.
90.
Important visit, this.
I see how he held that then, screwed past the red. He had no angle really to achieve that, but he gets immediate spin on.
26.
Yeah, to be honest, could have played it better. He's not perfect on this red. If it had been perfect on it, he'd have been able to play for the black again, but no harm done. Perfectly on the blue.
$32. $33. $40. $41.
And he's left an angle now to lodge the 2 by the pink. May have gone wrong. Well, does that red go?
48.
It's close.
Just goes. Oh, well, I thought it just went, and so did Ronnie.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 48.
So once again, a chance to win a frame in one visit. Not taken.
He doesn't like that pocket. That's why he missed the red in the previous frame. But that red lifted off the table there. You can see it in slow motion, but I'm not sure if it does anyway on every shot. But that would have caused him to hit the other red on the way he passed. Not an easy red for Joe Perry.
No,
But at this stage, he's got to get those.
That's true. I think every half chance has got to be taken by both players. Just overcut it. So Ronnie will be very pleased to immediately get back to the table and finish what he started. He's not far from the winning line in this frame now. 54 points to lead. Still a possible 83 remaining, so he's still looking for 3 more reds to be certain.
7.
That's the last of the easy reds. Nice angle on the blue. Or on the pink. I don't know whether he'd prefer the pink to play a little cannon. Well, didn't play the cannon and well, finished a little bit twixt in between. He's on this red to the left middle pocket, but he's just got to do a little bit with the cue ball. No problem.
40.
And the black will put him 69 points in front with just 67 remaining. There's the confirmation.
21.
Pot this red, you'd think no way back for Joe Perry. Just making certain of the red. He knew that
22.
that would make the task impossible if we just get past the 8.5 minute mark for this frame. Terrific pot, and he looks to have judged the pace of this absolutely to the inch.
29.
Superb shot.
30.
So he's put the disappointment of losing the last frame before the mid-session interval, it appears, behind him. But so many times in this match he's got within one frame of Joe Perry and been unable to level.
38.
The next frame is a big one, as they all are now. But he's starting to fly, is Ronnie.
45.
But as you said before,
46.
Terry, once they set the balls up for the next frame, everything can be different. Ronnie needed 2 chances to win this.
$53.
Well, the red's not gone in, but with breaks of 48 and that finishing one of 53 in no time at all, he's won the first frame after the mid-session interval, but he still trails by 1.
Cue frame 22. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So 21 frames played. How many more are we going to have? Match has been pretty tight all the way through. I think Perry got 3 frames in front once at 7-4, I think it was, but since then it's been nip and tuck, a few frames each. Perry's been 2 frames in front a few times. Most important thing, of course, Sullivan hasn't been in front yet. Long pot here for Ronnie O'Sullivan. When he starts potting the long ones, he's pretty hard work to play against.
Yeah, it's a good long pot, 9'9". Inches between cue ball and object ball. He's come a little bit close to the cushion. You would think the brown would be the ball to play, but when you're digging down like this makes the pot that little bit more difficult. He was shaping for the brown, now playing the green. Well, it was a good pot on the green. He's not ideal on this red.
4.
Got a little bit of work to do with the cue ball. Managed to find a path around the back of the black and the red, but he's just overrun it slightly. Blue's the more comfortable pot, and there is a red that's loose at the bottom of the cluster that's available to the right corner. And it went, but he's overdone it. He's overscrewed. He's got a chance of this red to the right corner, but
10.
he's going to be careering into the other red, so no guarantee of position, and the red is missable. This isn't a certainty into a blind pocket. Wow, but played it well, but didn't get through the reds as he wanted. Surely he can't take this black on. Tried to force the cue ball through, but when you're playing a run through and you're having to go through so many reds, you need a lot of topspin. So Joe Perry may be thinking he'll be coming to the table sooner rather than later. The top spin he tried to put on, it started to run, but it was just that third red, if you like, that he made contact with that just held the cue ball in this position.
Nice shot time, yeah, it's incredible for O'Sullivan. He's played half a frame in that time sometimes. It's good to see him taking his time out there. It's a very, very important time in the match, and he would have been disappointed he wasn't on the black, so he's got to clear his mind and select the best shot available as if his opponent left him there.
Yeah, the problem he's got here, he can't play safe off the black, and he doesn't really want to leave that red, or a view of that red that's near the baulk line, but the most important thing is cover this red that's near the right corner. Okay, he may feel as though he'd be in trouble afterwards, but as I say, don't leave the red to the right corner. Well, he's taking a chance playing it off the black. Could leave it here.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 11.
Well, the red just above the black is available, so I don't see the merit in that shot. Give it plenty of thought. Did he overcomplicate it?
I think in the back of his mind there, John, he doesn't want to get the black safe. He could have just rolled the black on the cushion and left the, you know, it'd been safe. But Joe Perry's caught that red on the way up.
1.
Unless the pink goes, he's got a tough blue on, or yellow, whichever he prefers. And the pink goes. Clean as a whistle.
Well, all you can expect is a chance. Can Joe Perry make the most of it? There's lots of pressure.
8.
This is a defining moment in his snooker career, playing Ronnie O'Sullivan at the Crucible Theatre. And he's got a chance now to go within one frame of the quarter-final.
13. 14.
Looking very comfortable so far.
21.
These are the sort of positions
22.
he has been scoring from in this match. If you watch him, he doesn't take long. Joe's quite a quick player. Of course, nobody is as quick as O'Sullivan. Well, didn't catch that good. Caught the back a little bit too full, and he's not good on the reds. Got
29.
one which you need a long rest to play. Very thin cut in the corner.
Yeah, this is a bit awkward because he can't, I don't think, get to the middle of the cue ball. So it's a tricky shot, but I think he's of a mind, if he gets an opportunity, go for it. Get the most you can. Well, he can get to the middle because it's thinner than I thought. Right in the heart of the pocket. Not perfect on the blue by any means, but another good positional shot needed. That was a good pot with the rest. And can he reach for this pink? The blue's the easier pot, but that's probably a bit more to do with the cue ball. 19 points the lead. Played it well.
35. $36. $41.
30 points the lead. He's got a red in the baulk end, but he's going to need a couple of these 4 reds that are clustered
42.
together. He's left himself an angle. The only problem is that the pink is half a blocker. But you'd think he would play the cannon here. He's played the cannon. Where's the cue ball going? Well, that was, I suppose,
42.
always a danger.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 5.
Because he just tried to screw and miss the pink, which he did, but catching that red half ball, the in-off was always on.
He seemed to play the double. Only problem is he's put one red out of commission. You can see why he played it. If he got, he could have rolled up. But Joe Perry's got a tough safety on here, and when you're early on in the frame and this type of shot comes up, you're not too bad. But as it gets closer to the winning line, in the frame, I mean, these shots get a little bit more difficult, especially when you're defending a lead.
Just a bit short of pace, caught the pink, left a chance of a long red. But it's a tough one, and he needs to get it if he goes for it. Now, where's the red going? Well, it's just bounced enough, but there is a red on to the right middle.
Well, this is where we leave you here on BBC Two, but if you hit your red button right now, you can continue to enjoy Joe Perry taking on Ronnie O'Sullivan. If you want Ken Doherty v Alan McManus, that's available online, connected TVs, tablets and mobiles. Latest score in that one, McManus has...
Joe Perry decided to play that red into the far left corner, and it was a shot that every valuing going for. I suppose in a way you'd rather run through a little bit and not left Ronnie so close to this red. Just about went in, a nice kiss. I'd call it a cannon, but because the red just struggled in, he's lucky to get the full ball kiss on the red. He's happy with the situation. And that's what you do, really. You look at your opponent and look at his body language to give you half a clue.
19.
So Ronnie purposely playing on the pink. This pink will put the points in this frame, all square. Can he get the cannon and develop the red? Can he develop the red? Well, he's running behind it, and he probably played it at that pace, so if he didn't get the cannon, he had a chance of a pot. Points all square. Joe Perry not looking at the table now. This is a good chance for Ronnie if he can knock this red in. And in it goes. Couldn't do much with the cue ball. Had to leave it close to the side cushion, which isn't ideal. Got to drop this blue in. Didn't like the angle play for the yellow in the middle. He's underhit it slightly.
32.
Beautiful shot.
34.
Not easy once you've lost position, and Joe Perry's sitting there thinking, well, may have gone now.
37.
Yes, and we've talked about the pressure of the situation. The way he floated that yellow in, you wouldn't think there was any pressure out there. So just the blue needed
41.
to level the match.
46.
You always know who's potted the ball on the other table if Sullivan's playing. The crowd are really involved in this. Another tremendous effort from Ronnie there. 52 break. He's back level with 11 frames each.
Decent break off. And of course, as we've seen so many times, that if this red on the right hand side of the table is not possible, and Ronnie's no need to play it or wouldn't play it because the black's not available, you've got to catch this safety just right. You won't want to catch it too thick and run into that red. That's as good as a safety shot he's played all morning. Okay, if you were being picky, maybe a couple of inches more pace to find it tight on the baulk cushion. But that was a good shot. There's the safety success. I think in the safety success department, you were looking in the high 80s, 90s, so both players just slightly below what's required. There is a chance of a long pot here for Ronnie. The black's out of commission, so if he's going to play it, he's going to have to run back up the table for pink, which looks to be available, or blue. That's the red. And he's got a nice angle. Got to cue it nice though. And cued it beautifully. Cued it beautifully. Okay, he's near the side cushion, but he's got a nice angle on the blue. Now it all depends whether it's possible just to drop the blue in and find position on a red. Gone up to 92% pot success. Look at Joe Perry, he's dropping to 71%. That's just this session. And Ronnie, that was a beautiful shot in the blue. Believe me, that wasn't easy. And he's just about on a red. Back up for the blue. Will be the order of the day. The pink is available. So you'll just have to work on these. Forget about the black for the time being.
7.
He's run far enough. Got a choice of yellow or green here. And just seems to be just giving it an extra beat on these shots. He knows the importance now. We're getting to the business end of this match. And he's not immune to... He'll have had a few scary moments in the last few frames.
Yes, but it's a big boost for him, isn't it, winning the last 2 frames, and
10.
he won 2 frames earlier on in the match on the spin, and apart from that, he's been behind all the time. He hasn't been in front. They say the best time to go in front is in the last frame, whichever stage it's at.
Now he's played for this red, and in potting this red, he will dislodge the black. Oh well. Where's the pink? Oh, the pink obviously won't spot. But in playing this pot, I don't think he'll put all his eggs in one basket. He knows he's going to release the black, but it'd be a risky shot to play for the black.
16.
So I would think he'd pot the red, play it with a bit of pace, and try and screw up for blue or bought colour. You wouldn't want to risk playing for the black here, but at least he brings it into play.
70.
Table's nicely open, just needs a good positional shot. Somewhere near the circle would be perfect. Played it nicely. If anything, maybe just overrun a fraction, but he'll settle for that.
Yeah, he wants to get this red out of the way, doesn't he? It's very near to the black spot.
20.
Pretty straight. He's not too bad on the screw back shots. Well, he didn't get any side on that, so he's a little low on this next red.
27.
Yeah, made certain of the black, didn't he? Now, in potting this red, just play a little cannon from the red to the red just above it to remain on the black. Played it perfectly.
38.
So he seems to be gathering a head of steam here, but take nothing for granted.
$35. $36.
Couple of loose reds. Well, maybe only one. He may decide to play the cannon here. He's perfect on the blue for the cannon. He'll be unlucky not to be on one. And he's just about on one to the right corner. A thin cut, but
41.
this is the only one that's available. He didn't have to hit them too hard, but that red had just bounced off the top cushion enough to be available. 41 points the lead. Pot this red, get nicely on a colour. Frame at his mercy. Nothing Joe Perry can do.
42.
Well, this is the measure of Ronnie O'Sullivan. When he
45.
knocked the long red in and the black was tied up, you thought, well, he'd do well to get a sizable contribution.
46.
And now it's looking as though that long red, this long red, is going to win him the frame. Just overcooked it though. Thinner on this blue than he would have liked. May have to play another little cannon here. They can always go wrong when you're playing cannons. But he's okay. He's landed absolutely inch perfect.
51.
3 reds required. Joe Perry has not had
52.
a chance. Just one safety shot that left a red sticking out, which Ronnie knocked in. Looking at Ronnie's face, seeing if there's any reaction, but I think Joe fears the worst now. Perfect cannon. He's got that cue ball now on a string.
59.
And now Snooker's needed
60.
60 points the lead. This will make it 67 the lead with only 59 left. Great response this from Ronnie under the utmost pressure.
67.
Yes, they say, John, when you're in the zone like he is here, that's all you feel really is a perfect piece. That's where he's at the moment. And it's beautiful to watch.
75. 76.
Yes, no one ever... You know, we talk about his ability in his all-round game, but when he's in the right frame of mind, it seems that pressure just
83.
flies over his head. I mean, in the last frame, it was a tricky yellow
84.
he had to play, but just floated it in, no problem. Deserves a century here. This has been absolutely top draw snooker from the wizard of the Green Bays.
89.
But he knows he still needs one more frame, and there's only 2 possible left in this match, so he won't be counting his chickens. But now the red's gone in. Looks certain. Well, I say that. He's just gone a little bit low on this black. Can he avoid the kiss on the pink? He can. Cue ball needs to slow up a little bit.
97.
Oh, beautifully played. Doesn't look like missing.
102. 106.
What a time to start producing your best snooker of the match. It's been a little bit in and out
111.
prior, but 11-9 down when he came back out, and the last 3 frames have been absolutely
117.
superb. He's found that extra gear that was needed. And in goes the black for a marvellous break of 124. So Ronnie O'Sullivan, for the first time in the match, takes the lead. He now wants 1 frame to be in the second round. 12-11 he leads.
20 is possible.
So Ronnie O'Sullivan breaks off in the 24th frame, and it's the first time he's been in front. Who would have said that at the start of the match? 5.5 hours been out there so far.
And that was Ronnie's highest break of the match to get that 1 frame advantage. And there's the average frame time, just over 14.5 minutes. There's been mistakes, there's been misses, unexpected misses. It's all added to the drama. A little bit of a stalemate this. This is the fact the red's up in the balk end. There's no safety up that end of the table. So this could go on for a while yet. Ronnie has not found the top cushion, so maybe there's a red here that may tempt Joe. I thought one to the red corner, maybe playing the double here, if he can play it and not leave anything but the red he's playing. Double it is. Oh, so close. Sharp intake of breath. I think he thought that was there. And I did, for a split second. Couldn't have been much closer, could it?
Close enough the cushion here to stop Joe Perry playing a return safety to that. So you just have to roll up now to the reds.
He's overhit that. I think he's left this red to the right middle. Careless. And at the point where he can't afford to make any mistakes. Now if Ronnie has got the potting angle to pot this red and get on the black, this is a gift of an opportunity. It looked a formality just to roll into them, but this red does go. And in it goes. Careless safety from Joe Perry, just a straightforward roll-up. What a mistake.
Eight.
Joe Perry's there. He's had quite a long time in his seat now. Hasn't potted the ball for 22 minutes.
Nine.
That's okay.
Yeah, but for the kiss, he may not have finished on anything really good, but straightforward blue. So this is a good chance for Ronnie now. And as I say, it was an opportunity
14.
that was gifted to him. Just shows you just roll into the reds and you don't even think about leaving anything. And he just hit it a fraction too hard, pushed the other red away and left this one on to the right middle. Could that be his last shot in this year's Dafabet World Snooker Championship?
50.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility the way Ronnie has played the last 3 frames.
He's never been short a bottle, has he, in the tight finishes? Of course, he wins a lot of his matches with ease when he's at his best. But he's also someone that starts to find his best form sometimes when he's been at his worst and picks the right times towards the end of matches. Of course, the nearer you get that the winning line, the more tense everything becomes. But Sullivan just looks exactly the same. Other players tend
22.
to possibly find it a little bit more tense, and I dare say he does as well. But he certainly doesn't show it. As his pot success has been pretty good, both players.
29.
Look at it now for Joe Perry sitting there, hoping. That's all he can do now is hope. And that's changed completely. 97% to Sullivan this session. 85 Perry.
Yeah, it was a good shot. You could tell it was a good shot the time he took to decide to play it. And he's really found another gear, and every credit to him.
37.
I think a few people
38.
were beginning to doubt him when he couldn't close the gap on Joe Perry. He struggled a little bit in the first session. I just felt that that was just one of those type of situations where the balls were winning, if you know what I mean. They were just running awkward for him.
45.
The second session, I thought he lost a little bit of discipline. But when the
46.
warning sign came on, and particularly the way he went 11-9 behind, his head could have dropped. No such thing. One good positional shot here, and you can see the frame and match being over. Great response this from Ronnie.
49.
Still 91 remaining, but 4 reds, 4 colours. And he'd be well past the winning line. Great effort this from Joe Perry. Just missed a few balls that could have given him a bigger advantage at certain times in the match.
50.
And may be coming home to roost now. He's out of position.
57.
57 points to lead. I think the red he's closest to will go to the far left corner, but he was looking for something easier than this. But nothing looks difficult at the moment for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Just looking at Joe there was an air of resignation. This red,
65.
one more colour, and Joe Perry will need 2 snookers.
$66.
Superb, absolutely superb. Short price favourite
71.
to win the tournament. People were beginning to wonder
72.
whether this was a hurdle he was not going to get over. But boy, has he produced some snooker in the last 4 frames. He's never looked like missing when he was in.
75.
And as I say, the disappointment when he went to the mid-session interval, 11-9 behind.
76.
It could have knocked his confidence. None of it. 124 in the last frame. Does he want to finish the session with another century? He doesn't look like missing at all. The match is over. Joe Perry has given it his all.
79.
But
80.
he's not in the mood for missing here, isn't Ronnie? Didn't play that great in his first match against Robin Hull.
86.
But you thought, well, he's going to improve in the second. He's struggled a bit.
87.
But now this is why he was such a short price favourite to win the title. This is the snooker that only a genius can produce.
93. 94.
Now, come on, Ronnie, don't let everybody down. Get the century. absolutely inch perfect.
99.
Well, that's the 26th century, back-to-back centuries in the heat of battle. When you were really up against it, 11-9 down,
104.
it doesn't get any better than this. And Joe Perry,
108.
has to be said, the last two frames, well, the last three frames, has really done nothing wrong. But this is what can happen when you're playing against someone like Ronnie O'Sullivan. You don't have to make a
114.
mistake. He makes things happen. And they happen there, and they happen in style. And Joe will say, very well played, Ronnie O'Sullivan. Magnificent! The rocket was superb, and you can see what it meant to him. Unlucky Joe, you gave it your all, but that bit of magic from the reigning champion at the end was just too much for you. And Ronnie O'Sullivan will be mightily relieved. He's in the quarter-final. He beats Joe Perry. What a finish. 13 frames to 11.